Hello, you wonderful people. I'm excited to start this new series on an Epic Next.js course by building a real life project. If you wanted to jump in and all the features of Next.js 14 and you were curious where to start, this video is for you. So without any ado, what are we going to build? So I love watching YouTube videos, but some videos just take too long to watch. Wouldn't it be awesome if there's a way that I could just summarize the videos and take notes on them? Well, this is where this project that we're building comes in. We're going to build Summarize AI, which will have authentication so your users will be able to log in or create users. I already have a user account, so I am just going to log in. Once you're logged in, you're going to be greeted by this dashboard area where you're going to see credits remaining, total summaries you have, and notes that you took. You will also be able to go to your account section and update your user profile, as well as see credits that you have available. And more importantly, you'll be able to add a video URL and summarize it. So let's give it a try. I'm going to go ahead and post a URL to a video I've done a while ago, which is an amazing Strapi crash course that you could check out later. Once our summary is complete, you'll be able to edit the summary, add the notes. For instance, I want to correct the spelling for Strapi. I could do that. And maybe I want to go ahead and move this to our title rather than being part of the actual summary. I could click update. It's going to go ahead and save everything to our Strapi backend. And when you're finding cool new things, you could actually, while watching the video, you're like, you know what, this section is pretty cool. Whatever he said here, maybe I should take a note here. And so we could say this is our first note. And I'm going to say I am a note. We're able to see our notes and we're able to update and delete. So as you could see, we have full CRUD functionality in our app. I hope you're excited to build this app with me together. The cool part about the series, I'm going to be building this application with you in public, so you'll be able to follow along with the repo. There's also going to be a complimentary blog post that you'll be able to check out to see what we've built in that particular lesson. So today we're going to start by setting up our initial project with the technologies that we're going to use. Primarily, we're going to focus on Next.js. The goal of this tutorial is to introduce you to all the amazing features that Next.js 14 has in store for you. We're going to make sure that we're going to use our Next.js website and make sure that we're covering all the topics that are available to you to make sure that you're able to build cool things with Next.js. In the process of learning Next.js combined with Strapi, we're going to learn about the most important features that Next.js has to offer, like using the new app directory folder, of course, working with nested layouts, data fetching, caching, and working with server and client components, as well as learning how to submit forms with server actions. But because we're also building Strapi, we're going to learn on how to build our collection types, content types in Strapi, as well as how to customize our backend with middlewares, policies, and custom controllers that we're going to use to get our summary from OpenAI. And to style our application, we're going to go ahead with ShadCN UI, which gives us amazing components that we could use in our code. So without any ado, let's get started. To get started, we're going to install Next.js 14 right away. You could look at Next.js documentation, and we're going to start by running npx create next app at latest. So inside our terminal, the first thing I'm going to do is make a directory for our project. We're going to call it Epic Next course, and we're going to cd into our project directory. I'm going to clear the screen, and we're going to run npx create next app at latest. It's going to go ahead and ask some questions. We're going to call our application frontend. Yes, we're going to use TypeScript. No to ESLint. Yes to Tailwind. Let's use the source directory. Let's use the app router. Let's say no for import alias. And it's going to go ahead and create our project, which is fantastic. Once we successfully start our project, let's cd into our frontend. Open it in our favorite code editor, which is obviously VS Code, and we're going to give it a nice color of this crazy red. And if we run yarn dev to start our application, and navigate to localhost 3001 because apparently I already have a project running. Let's see what we get. And boom, we have our basic Next.js application set up and ready to go. So now let's go ahead and install ShadCN UI and connect our very first component. You could navigate to ui.shadcn.com. If you click the docs on the installation tab, it's going to show you a couple of different ways to install it. Of course, we're going to click Next.js. We already have our project set up. So the first thing we're going to do is initialize our project by running the following command. So I'm going to go ahead and copy. Let's stop our development server. Let me clear the screen, and we're going to initialize ShadCN UI. It's going to walk us through some questions. We're going to say default. We're going to use slate for our base color. Yes for CS variables. It's going to go ahead and do its magic. If we take a look in our project under our tailwind.config.js file, notice all of these options that have been created for us with ShadCN UI. So now that we are set up, let's install our first component. We're going to navigate here and we're going to see that we are able to install a component locally by running npx shadcn/ui at latest, add command, and the component we want, which is our button. What I love about ShadCN UI, as you will see, it will install that component to our code base locally where we could extend it or modify it as we want to. So in our terminal, we're going to add our button. Once this is all set, inside our code base, we could navigate to our source folder and we're going to have our components. And notice how now we have a new UI folder. And if we take a look, we could see all of our button code that has been installed. So now let's go ahead and use our button. We're going to navigate to our app folders, our page, and we're going to replace the following code with our button here. So I'm going to go ahead and delete all of this code in main. I'm going to remove this image import, and first I'm going to import our button, and it's going to come from at components UI button, and I'm just going to add it here. So here we are, we're using our ShadCN button. Let's see if it works. I'm going to restart our project by running yarn dev. Let's refresh, and boom, we have our new cool button. And we know ShadCN UI has been installed correctly. So now let's go ahead and install our backend with Strapi. To install Strapi, you could go ahead to strapi.io and copy this command, npx create Strapi app at latest. You could also click on Get Started button, which will take you to our documentation. So in our terminal, I'm going to cd to the root of our project. I'm going to clear our screen, and we're going to run npx create Strapi app at latest, and we're going to call it backend, and we're going to use the quick start command. This will go ahead and set up Strapi for us. Once Strapi has successfully installed, you'll be greeted by this registration page. Go ahead and create your first admin user. So let's say paul.bratslavsky@strapi.io. And secure password, which is obviously monk234. And once you create your first user admin, you're going to be greeted with the Strapi dashboard. Throughout this tutorial, we cover all the different sections of our Strapi application. But for today, I just want to get started really quickly. So let's go ahead and create our very first single collection type. So taking a look at our homepage in our application, we have our top navigation, we have our bottom navigation, and then we have our hero section and our features. So let's go ahead and create our first single collection type to hold the data for our hero section and our benefits. So inside of our Strapi application, let's navigate to Content Type Builder. We're going to create a single type, click on Create New Single Type, and we're going to call it Home Page. Click Continue. And just to get us started, we're going to have a text field, and we're going to call it title, and we're going to click add another field. Again, click text field, and we're going to have description. And as we continue building out this application, we'll add all the necessary sections. But for now, we're going to keep it simple. And let's make this description long text. When we click finish, we're going to click save. Now we're able to go to our content manager and we have our homepage. So let's go ahead and add our title. I'm going to say homepage. And for description, this is our first page. I'm going to click save and publish. Now what we want to do is to give access to our Strapi endpoint to allow us to get this data through our API access. So I'm going to go to settings. Since this is going to be open to the public under users permissions plugin, click roles, click on public. And for homepage, we are going to go ahead and enable this find checkbox. And this is the endpoint to which we'll be able to make our GET request. So I'm going to go ahead and save. And let's test our API in Insomnia. Inside Insomnia, I created a new request. It's going to be GET request. And it's going to go to HTTP localhost 1337 API/homepage. And I put an extra slash there. When we click send, notice we are able to get our data from our endpoint. Fantastic. So now let's go ahead how we could fetch our data in our Next.js application. So I'm going to keep my Strapi instance running and I'm going to open a new shell tab. I'm going to CD into our Epic Next course folder, CD into our front-end project, and I'm going to go ahead, open it in VS Code. And now what we're going to do, we're going to navigate to our source app, our page.tsx file where we added this button. What's awesome, because we're using Next.js and we have ability to use React Server components, we are actually able to make this async and call a function within our component to get our data. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to create a simple function called getStrapiData, where we're going to make a request to our Strapi endpoint. We're going to use fetch, and we're going to call the base URL, and then append our, and we could maybe call this path. That probably makes more sense. And so we're going to say path here, and we're going to append the path to the data that we want to get. Now here inside our home function, we are able to call this component. So let's go ahead and console log our Strapi data. So let's make sure that our front end is running by running yarn dev. Let's navigate to our localhost 3000. We are still going to see our cool button, but you will also see that we're getting our console log, and you could see the data that we're getting. By the way, if you're wondering how am I able to get console logs in my console, it's because inside my VS Code, I have an extension called Console Ninja. And if you want similar functionality, you could do that as well. You will also be able to see this console log in our terminal. And here's the data that we're getting because this is running on the server. So finally, let's consume this data and render it in our application. I'm going to go ahead and destructure our title and description from our data, and I'm going to remove this console log so it's not distracting. And inside our main, we're just going to add a simple h1 and a p tag, and we're going to display our title and description. So notice back in our application, we now see our homepage, and this is our first page. Fantastic. Wow, this is awesome. To summarize, we jump-started our project. We have our root folder called Epic Next course. If we take a look inside, we now have our backend and our frontend. Our backend is powered by Strapi. Our frontend is powered by Next.js. And most importantly, today we saw how we are able to connect our application and get our initial data. I know we're just starting out, so there's still a lot of work left to do, but that's exactly what we're going to do in the next video. So tune in next week for next video where we're going to show you how to build out your homepage, including the top navigation and the footer. But with that being said, thank you so much for joining us. Follow us on our YouTube channel. And did you know that every Monday through Friday, either 6 a.m. CST time or 12:30 p.m. CST time, we have Strapi open office hours, which is a great place for you to join and ask your Strapi questions. But anyway, for today, I want to bid you farewell and I'll see you in the next one. Hello, you wonderful people. I'm excited for our second video in our Next.js Epic course series. I hope you're excited. In this video, we're going to take a look how to build out our hero section in our landing page. Let's see how far we get in this video. By the way, this video has a supplementary blog post that you could use as reference. I was going to point out, but it's actually going to be the first link in the description below. So if you see me typing and you need a code snippet, check out that blog post. But without any ado, let's jump right into it. This is going to be our part 2 of our Epic Next.js course. If you missed the first one, I'll make sure to link to the video here above. You could also check out the previous article that we wrote. And as you're following along the video, I am releasing these blog posts to make sure that you have supplementary content, or if you see me type something and you're not sure where to find the code snippets, you'll be able to use the reference article here as reference. And if you missed the project, you could check it out on our repo. If you take a look under the branch, and here in the main, you will see the current changes up to the date of the tutorial, but you'll be also able to see the individual changes that we accomplished based on the tutorial. So today, before starting the course, I'm going to make sure to create a new branch for us to continue. So let me go ahead and do that first. So I'm going to create a branch called O2 lesson hero section. Sounds good. And I'm going to check out that branch. And I'm going to say get push up origin O2 hero section. So this way, when we take a look at our repo, we're going to see we have the newly created branch where all of our changes are going to go in today. So I'm going to clear my screen. I'm going to cd into our backend and run yarn develop so we could see where we are. Then in a different tab, I'm going to cd into our front end and I'm going to open it in VS Code. And I'm going to start our project to see where we left off. So taking a look at our project, not eventful at all. And if we take a look in our source code, app inside page, this is where we're getting our initial data, and we're just showing the title and the description, and that's coming from our Strapi application. And since you're not using this button, let's go ahead and delete this import for now. So this is what our hero section looks like. So the first thing we want to do is structure our content in Strapi. We're going to start by building out this component. As you could see here, we have our background image, which is going to be our image. We have our summarize your videos, which is going to be our heading. We have save time and get key points from videos, which is going to be a subheading, and then we have a link. So now let's take a look in Strapi how we could create a component to represent this data. So here in Strapi, there's many different ways to represent our content. If you look at our content type builder, we could create a new collection type when you have, let's say, a post, users data, products, many items of, you could represent with a collection. You also have our single types. For instance, we have our homepage. So our homepage currently just has a title and a description. We want to add another section to be able to represent our hero section and our feature section. And we could accomplish this by creating a dynamic zone. But before we could do that, let's create our hero section component in Strapi to represent that data. So let's go ahead, click on create new component, and we're going to call it hero section. We're going to add a category here called layout. Since it doesn't exist, click on create layout and click continue. Our hero section is going to have our heading text. Let's make it short text and add another field. Again, let's use our text field. And this is going to be our subheading. And we're going to make it long text, add another field. And finally, we're going to go ahead and add an image, which is going to be our media. We're going to call it image, and we're going to go to advanced settings, make sure that we only allow images, and back to our basic settings. And since we're going to have one image, let's just click single media and click finish. Taking a look at our view, you see that we have this link button. We could actually create another component for our link. So let's do that now. We could either continue it here, or we could click save and click create new component and do it this way as well. So I'm going to call it the link, and we're going to create a new group called components. Click create and click continue. Our link is going to have a text field. We're going to call it URL, and it's going to be short text. Next, we're going to add another field. Again, it's going to be a text field. We're going to keep it a short text, and we're going to say text, and we're going to create another field, and it's going to be a Boolean, and it's going to be called internal. For instance, is the link internal to our website or is it an external source like YouTube? We want to be able to tell the difference. And I'm going to go to advanced settings, and for our Boolean field, we're going to mark it as false by default and click finish and save. Finally, let's navigate to our hero section component and let's add our link. We're going to add another field. We're going to go down to our components. We're going to say use existing components and click select component. We're going to just have one link on our hero section, so let's select single component. We're going to give it a name link, and we're going to select our component and click finish. Make sure you save your data. So now our hero section has our heading, subheading, image, and our link. Great, we are able to store our data. But how do we use this in our page? So let's take a look. Clicking on our homepage, we're going to add another field, and we're going to select dynamic zones. This will allow us to select components that we want to include. We're going to call this blocks and click add component to the zone. We're going to say use existing component, and we're going to select our hero section and click finish. Now as we save, we're going to see that our homepage now has our title, description, and our blocks. Now before continuing, let's go to our content manager under homepage and add our newly created hero section. I'm going to say hero section, and for the heading, I'm going to say Epic Next, and subheading, I'm going to say you are all are awesome, because you are. And for an image, I'm going to find an image on my computer that's random. Why not add the image of our hero section, click upload and finish. And finally, I'm going to add a link, and we're going to make this link take us to our login page and click save. So now let's test out our endpoint to make sure that we're getting our data. I'm going to go into settings, under roles, under public. I'm going to make sure that our homepage has the find permission enabled. And let me zoom out just a tiny bit. And here we could see the endpoint to which we want to make a GET request to see our data. I want to make sure that I save first. So I'm going to go ahead and make a GET request to our endpoint. And when I click send, notice we have our data. But wait, we're not getting or seeing our blocks or our hero section. What could be happening here? So when using Strapi, when we take a look at our homepage data, any first level fields or our top level fields you get by default. That's why when we make an API request, we're getting our title and our description. But to get the rest of the data, to make sure that we don't impact performance, we have to tell Strapi exactly what we want to get. So we want to get the blocks, and that will automatically return the first level fields here. But we also want to populate our image and our link. And we could do this with our populate flag. You can learn more about in the docs, but we're going to use our dandy query builder tool that we have here on the Strapi docs website. Here, I'm going to say that we want to look up our home page endpoint, and I'm just going to clean all this up, and we're going to go ahead and write our query. So what this says, I want to populate my blocks, and within my blocks, I want to populate the image and only return the URL fields and alternative text, and I want to populate all the items with the links. And we get this nice LHS syntax query string that we could use in Insomnia. So again, looking at this query, what we're telling Strapi is to go ahead and populate our blocks, and within our blocks, populate our image and our links. So now if we paste it in here and make sure there's no space and click send, notice now we're getting all of our data here in Insomnia. Now that we know that we could get our data from our Strapi project, let's go ahead inside our Next.js project and write a function that's going to get all of this data that can be consumed by our hero section component. Taking a look here at our code here that we previously wrote, we're getting just our title and description, but we need to tell Strapi that we want to populate our blocks, including our hero section. To help us to accomplish this in Strapi, we're going to use an NPM library called QS. It allows us to take our object notation and convert it into this URL string that we could pass in our request. So first things first, I'm going to stop my server, add the QS library by running yarn add QS. Once the library is installed, I'm going to clear the screen and I'm going to install its types. Add types QS. Once everything is done, let's run yarn dev to start our application again. And here, right above our get Strapi data, we're going to import our QS library. And then we're going to create a new const to hold our query. We're going to call it homepage query. And it's going to be that same object that we created using the Strapi query builder. So I'm going to go ahead and paste the previous code here. So let's take it here, populate, control copy, and we're going to paste it inside our object notation. Perfect. And now we're going to reconstruct the base URL here, and we're going to use another useful class that you could read more about in MDN docs, which is this new URL constructor, which takes a URL path, the base, and has additional methods that we could use, like being able to pass search. You can read more about it on MDN, but in our code here, we're going to say const URL equals new URL. It's going to take our path and our base URL. And now we are able to add a search to it, which is going to be our query. And here, we're now able to say url.href, and that's going to give us the full query that we need. And what you could do, you could console log it to see what's going on. We are also going to go ahead and console log the data that we're getting here. So refreshing our front end, obviously visually we're not going to see anything, but under the hood, we are making our request and notice how we're getting our data. And if we take a look at our console logs, we're getting our title, description, our blocks. By the way, did you know this little trick? If you want to console log all the items, you could do console dir and you could pass a flag of depth of null. And let's refresh again. And notice now we're getting our complete console of all the things we're getting. We're getting our title, description, we're getting our blocks, we're getting our headings, subheadings, our image, and our link. Now that we know that we're getting our data, I want to show you one quality of life improvement. Notice how we have data and then attributes. And if this was any additional nested data that we have here, is getting data and attributes. And as the response get bigger, you're going to have a lot of these data and attribute responses. So let's add a utility function that flattens this response and makes it easier in the next video. You will be able to find this code snippet in the accompanying blog post that you'll find as the first link in the description. Go ahead and copy the flatten attributes data function, and we're going to go ahead, add it to our utils.ts folder in our code. So let's navigate to lib, utils, and let's go ahead and add our flatten attributes function. Now let's go ahead and use this function. So inside our page.tsx file, here we're going to say const flatten data, and we're going to use our flatten attributes data function. So make sure we import it. Import, and it's going to come from our lib.utils, and we could probably use the @ sign here. Perfect. And make sure you spell const correctly. And we're going to console log our flattened data to see the changes. And instead of data, we're going to return our flattened data. And here you could see our response. We get our ID, title, description, and a much more flattened usable response where we're missing the data and attributes and just getting the data. Now, if you go look at your front end, now it's complaining because we need to update our front end code to reflect the changes that we made. So here, instead of doing Strapi data attributes, we just able to use our Strapi data. So now if we refresh, we're still getting our data, but it's just much nicer. Now finally, let's create a hero section component. So you don't have to watch me type the code on screen. You could go ahead to the article that I already prepared to complement this video and go to the hero section component section and find the code snippet and go ahead and copy it. Inside our project, we're going to go to our components folder. We're going to create a new folder. We're going to call it custom. And inside here, we're going to make a new file called hero section.tsx. Go ahead and paste in the code. Once everything is pasted, you're going to see that we're still not using Next.js image, which we'll do in the next video. We are hard coding all the data, but first, let's just see if we could show this component to the screen. Inside our page.tsx file, so before adding the components, let's destructure our blocks, are the items that we're getting, and we're going to replace this with our new hero section component, which is going to get the first entry from the blocks. And let's remove this styling. Perfect. So now if we refresh our application, we see our hard-coded image, our summary of your videos, our subheading, and our login button. So now let's go inside our hero section component and make sure that we're adding the proper data. But before we do that, let's create an interface for our hero section props so we know what the structure of our data looks like. We're going to say data, and we know from our response, our blocks data has an ID, component, heading, subheading, image, and link. So let's go ahead and add those. So we're going to say ID is a number. Then we have our component, which is a string. Then we have our heading, which is a string. Then we have our subheading, which is a string. Then we have our image. Let's make another interface. And we're going to say image props. Our image has an ID, which is a number. Our URL, which is a string. And alternative text as a string. So inside here, we're going to say image equals image props. And then finally, we have our interface for link props. And eventually, we'll be able to move this out if these types are going to be shared in other places. But for now, we're just going to do everything here. And we have ID, which is a number. And Command Copilot, we didn't call it label. We called it text, which is a string. And let's add it here. Link. And it's going to be our link props. And finally, let's replace here. Read only hero section props. And now we could destructure our data. We're going to say const heading, sub, image, and links. So we're going to come back to the image in just a second. But here I'm going to do heading. Here I'm going to do subheading for link. This is going to be link text. And this is going to be link URL. So now if we take a look at our hero section, notice we have Epic Next, you are all awesome, login, and that's coming from our Strapi application. So finally, let's fix the image here. So let's continue working. And one first thing I want to show you here, if I console log that image, notice that we're just getting the second portion of our URL, but we're not getting our base URL. We're going to come back to this later, but for now, we're just going to hard code it by saying our image URL is going to be our local project base URL, and let's append our image.url to it. And now we're able to replace our source with the image URL here. Now, if you take a look at the project, it looks atrocious because I used an image of our project image. So let's replace that. So in Strapi here under images, I'm going to delete that and I'm going to add another image. Let's add more assets, browse files. I'm just going to use a random photo that I have here. Click open, click upload, finish, save. And now when we go back to our application and refresh, what the heck? It's not working. What is the problem? By default, your Next application is going to cache your data. You could learn more about in its docs. But if we scroll down, we could actually opt out of caching. And we're going to do that while in development mode. So what we're able to do, we're able to pass cache no store prop, which is going to fix this. In the future, when we deploy our application, we're going to have a webhook that's going to fire every time we update our content on Strapi and redeploy our application, especially for the content that is statically built. But in the meantime, in our page.tsx file, we are going to go ahead into our fetch, and we're going to pass the following argument. So now if we take a look, notice we have our new image and everything's working as expected. Oh my gosh, we're getting our hero section showing up in our application. We still have so much to cover. Before building out our features section that we'll do in the next video, we're going to take a look how to work with the Next.js image component. And we're also going to create our own Strapi image component to make working with Strapi images much easier. After we build out our features section, we're also going to build out our top navigation and our footer. So I'm excited to see you in the next video. If you like what we do here, feel free to hit the like button, subscribe, or even share this video. And don't forget, these videos come with a supplementary blog post that is the first link in the description below. And more importantly, I don't know if you knew, we hang out at Discord Monday through Friday, 12:30 p.m. CST time. So if you have any questions or just want to stop by and say hello, definitely do that. But with that being said, I'll see you in the next video. Hello, you wonderful people, to our Next.js Epic tutorial course, where we're building a real-life project using Next.js, Strapi, Tailwind with Shetty UI. I'm so excited to continue our journey. If you missed previous videos, you could check out the link here, and each video has a complimentary blog post that you could find in the description below for reference and code snippets used. But in this part 3 series and the next couple of videos, we're going to finish building out our hero section, our feature section, and we're also going to build our header and footer for our navigation. We're also going to cover basic loading states, error handling, and not found page. So I'm excited to continue with this awesome tutorial, so let's jump in. While going to the tutorial, you could find all this code on GitHub. If you click on main, you would see all the lesson branches that are available. Today, we're working on lesson 3, which is our landing page. So if you need to compare the code, you could check it out in the repo. With that being said, let's get started. Taking a look at our application, we just have this hero section. All of our data is coming from our Strapi admin. So before continuing, we want to make a little refactor. So we go to our hero section.tsx file and we take a look at our previous code. There's a couple of things we're doing here. Number 1, we are hard coding our URL. Number 2, we're not using Next.js image element. So let's start first by creating a component called Strapi image that will utilize Next.js image and makes working with Strapi images much easier. We're going to go ahead, navigate to your components folder into customs and create a new file. And we're going to call it Strapi image.tsx. Navigating to our blog post. And again, the link is going to be in the description. We're going to copy this code here for our Strapi image component. Let's go ahead and paste it in so you don't have to watch me type this out. If we take a look here, we're going to create a new utility called getStrapiMedia, which we'll do in just a minute. But if we take a look at our component, it takes some image props that we need, and it'll go ahead, use the Next.js image for our Strapi image component. GetStrapiMedia is responsible for formatting our Strapi image URL source that we get from Strapi to appropriate format, depending if it's stored locally or stored on another service like Cloudinary. So let's navigate to our lib.utils folder, and you could find the helper functions inside our blog post. If you scroll down, you will find the function for getStrapiURL and the function for getStrapiMedia URL. So go ahead and copy, and inside VS Code, let's paste the following code. GetStrapiURL again, will be responsible for getting our public Strapi URL from Next.js. And getStrapiMedia is going to dictate if it should return a URL as is or return it by appending our Strapi URL to our path. And this is strictly depending if our files are stored locally or using a third provider like Cloudinary or Amazon. So now let's go ahead and import our Strapi image component. And it's going to be from our components custom folder. And once that's imported, we could go ahead and replace our regular image tag with our Strapi image. We no longer need the style. And instead of hard coding our base URL to our image URL path, we could go ahead, just pass our image URL to source directly and remove this. We could also remove this console log. I'm going to restart my front-end project by running yarn dev. And when we refresh localhost, now it's going to break. You could go ahead and take a look at this link that will take you to an error. You could see that you need to configure your image host inside the next.config.js file by providing the following options. So let's go ahead and make that update now. Let's navigate to our next.config.mjs file, and inside the brackets, add the following. Inside images, remote patterns, we're going to first point to our local host by saying protocol HTTP, hostname localhost, the port that we're using 1337, and the path name for our files, which are stored locally inside our Strapi app. Our Strapi image also has a fallback for a picture that it's coming from placeholder.ko. So we want to make sure that we reference it as well so our application doesn't fail. So one more time, taking a look at Strapi images, you could see that here we have a fallback that's coming from our placeholder.co link. So we want to make sure that we reference that. With that being done, if we refresh our application, you notice that our image now works. Awesome. So to recap, we used the Next.js image component inside of our custom component called Strapi image that uses getStrapiMedia to get the appropriate URL that we could pass into the source attribute of our image. We added the appropriate utils inside our lib.utils folder, and then we finally used our component inside the hero section. And to make sure that our Next.js application was working fine without complaining, we needed to add the remote patterns here inside next.config.mjs file. And in the next video, now that our hero section is done, we're going to move forward to building our feature section. Welcome back to our Epic Next.js course. This is the third section, part B, where we are going to work on our feature section. So we recently completed our hero section, and now taking a look at my screen, we're going to focus on building out our feature section, which is going to be a wrapper component that's going to have 3 feature items in there. And each feature item has an icon, a heading, and a subheading. So let's start by first representing this data inside a Strapi admin panel before creating our feature section component to render this data in our Next.js application. So we're going to start in our Strapi dashboard. Let's navigate to our content type builder, and we're going to navigate to create a new component. We are going to call it features section, and it's going to live inside our layout. Let's click continue. We're going to have a text field of title, which is going to be short text. Let's click add another field. We're going to select the text field one more time, and we're going to say this is a description, which is going to be long text. And let's click create add another field. Taking a look at our features, we have an icon, heading, and subheading. So let's create a repeatable component to represent that data. Now let's scroll down and select the component, and we're going to call it feature. Let's add it to our components group and click configure the component. Let's call it feature, and it's going to be a repeatable component because we have multiple features. Let's add our first field. We're going to start with text field. We're going to keep it at short text, and it's going to be heading. Let's click add another field. Again, we'll select text. This time it's going to be long text, and we're going to call it subheading. And finally, let's add another field. And we're going to select our enumeration. And we're going to call it icon. And we're going to include the following icons: clock icon, check icon, and cloud icon. This is what we're going to reference on our front end to tell our Next.js application which icon we want to render. And next, let's click Finish. Here, now you could see our whole feature section. It consists of a title, description, and our feature, which is a repeatable component, consists of a heading, subheading, and an icon. Click Save. Now what we want to do is navigate to our home page and click Add Component. Here, we're going to use an existing component, and let's add our features section. Click Finish and Save. Now when you navigate to your content manager, let's close the hero section and let's click the Add button. Now you see that we have our feature section component that we just created. Let's click on it and add some basic data. I'm going to say this is a features section, and this is where our features live. Now let's go ahead and add a few features. I'm going to say save time, and I'm just going to post some lorem ipsum, and we're going to choose the clock icon. Let's click another entry. We're going to say this is going to be accurate summaries, and let's our lorem ipsum, and it's going to be check icon. And finally, let's add another entry. We're going to say cloud powered, add our lorem ipsum, and click our cloud icon. Now that we have all of our content for our feature section, go ahead, click Save. We could now navigate to our settings, user permissions plugin under roles. Under public, we could click on our homepage. We notice that we already enabled our find permissions. And if we take a look, here we could see our endpoint. We could navigate to Strapi's query builder, and we could add our query. We're going to say that we want to populate our blocks, and inside each block, we want to populate our image, our links, and features. If we take a look under our Strapi admin, under our homepage, here we have our blocks, and here we see that we have our image, which is a relation. Here we see our links, which is a relation, and inside our features section, our feature is a relation. So we're specifically telling Strapi to populate those relations. Let's go ahead and copy this query string so we could test out our endpoint using Insomnia. So here in Insomnia, I pasted our query string, click send, and here we could see that we're getting all our data. Not only are we getting our hero section data, but we're also getting our data for our feature section. Now that we know that our API works, let's go ahead and create our feature section component inside our Next.js application. Inside VS Code, navigate to our source app folder and select our page element. Here you could see that we already getting our initial data for our hero section, but now we want to update this to get our feature section. Before we create the component, let's make sure we could get the data. So the first thing we want to do inside our home query, we want to add the populate for the feature, and we want to set it to populate true. And remember, in the previous section, we created a function called getStrapiURL. Let's import it and use it. So import get, and when we navigate to get Strapi data, instead of using base URL and hard coding it, let's use that function. Even though we don't have our feature section yet, when I refresh the app, it's going to go ahead and make that call to our endpoint. When we take a look at response, we could see that we are getting our homepage as well as our feature section. So we know that our front end is getting the data, which includes all of our features. So now let's go ahead and add our component. Let's navigate to source folder, components, custom, and create a new file called features section SX. Let's navigate to build our features section data in Next.js in the blog post. The link is the link that you see in the description below. And here you see the starter code, but we're going to go ahead and paste the completed code. So let's navigate down, and here you could see updated feature component code. Go ahead and copy it, and let's go ahead, paste it inside our VS Code. Scrolling up to the top, we'll do a quick review. Get icon function checks the name of the function, and based on the name matching that we get from our API request, it will render either the clock icon, the check icon, or the cloud icon. If we scroll down, here we're defining how our feature props look like using TypeScript. We're doing the same thing for our featured section props. And if we scroll farther down, we'll see that we are just mapping through our features and returning our data that is found inside our Strapi application. So now let's go ahead and navigate to page.tsx file, scroll to the bottom, and let's go ahead, import our feature section component. And we're going to pass our data from our blocks. Since it's the second item in our array, we're just going to use index of 1. We're going to update this in just a moment, but let's navigate to the front of our application and see if this works. Refreshing our application, we see that we're getting our features rendered from the data that's living in our Strapi app. Awesome. Now we have one more update we have to make. Taking a look at our Strapi application, currently we have hero section first, feature section next, but what if we have other sections? Maybe we have another feature section. How do we know which section to return and in what order? So what we're going to do is to create another function called block renderer to handle rendering the blocks in the order that we see them in Strapi. I'm going to delete this here for now. Going back to our VS Code, let's scroll to the top, and you could find this section in our blog post. We want this block renderer function. Let's go ahead and copy, and let's paste it right after the query, but right above the get Strapi data. Taking a look at our response, notice we have this component variable, and we have the layout.hero section. If you scroll down, we have our feature section that's defined by its name. And if we had additional sections, they will be defined by this component variable. So our block renderer will check which component name we have in our response, and it will render the appropriate section in the appropriate order. So now let's scroll to the bottom, and we're going to update this accordingly. First, let's delete these unused variables because we're not going to use them in this case. Next, let's say if there is no blocks, we're going to say no blocks found. Some people like the if statement inside the brackets. If it's just one liner, I typically like to do it this way. And finally, instead of returning our sections separately, we're going to use our block. So we're going to say block.map, and for now we're going to keep it as any, and go ahead, render the blocks based on the block that you're getting. So now if we take a look at our front end, nice, taking a look at our application, everything still works. What's cool now, if we go to our content manager and I go ahead and change the order and click save, and we refresh our front end, notice the order of our blocks changes automatically, which is pretty awesome. I'm going to go ahead and change it back by moving it down and clicking save. Let's go back and check. Perfect. Before we finish up this section, I want to make one more easy refactor. Currently, we have our homepage query on our page.tsx file, and we actually defining our getStrapi data function in the same file. Let's go ahead and refactor it a bit. I'm going to go ahead and delete the getStrapi data function from here. And instead, we're going to go to our folders under source. We're going to create a new folder called data. And inside data, we're going to create a new file. We're going to call loaders.ts. And this is where we're going to write all our functions that are responsible for loading data. Using our blog post as reference, in the section, let's do one more quick refactor. Go ahead and copy the following code. Let's import it inside our loaders.ts file. And basically what we have here is a function that we could reuse to fetch multiple items. We might want to fetch our homepage. Maybe we want to fetch our notes or our summaries. We'll be able to reuse this function. Currently here for auth token null, because eventually we're going to use our tokens, I just went ahead and set it to null and as a placeholder. But when we come back, some of our requests are going to be coming from our authorized users. So now what we could do, we could define a new function. We're going to say export async function, and we're going to call it get home page data. It's not going to take any props. And here we're going to say const URL equals new URL. And this is going to take our path, which is going to be API homepage. And we're going to, for our second parameter, pass our base URL. Next, we're going to say URL.search, and it's going to use our query string. And we're going to go ahead, pass our previous query inside here. And from our page.tsx file, we're going to go ahead, copy this populate. I'm going to delete this unnecessary code, delete this unnecessary import, and this QS import as well. And now inside our loaders, we're going to go ahead and paste that populate here. And finally, we're going to say return await fetch data. And we're going to pass our URL.href. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and import this get homepage data in our page.tsx file. So right above, let's do import get homepage data from our data loaders. And now instead of using previous get Strapi data, we're going to go ahead and use our get homepage data. And we no longer need to pass this because that's being defined in that function. Now go ahead and reload your front end, and you should see that everything still works fine. But now we have a file where we could add additional loaders for anything where we want to add additional data, which is a little bit nicer. And now let's move on and take a look how to create our header section and our footer section. In this video, we're going to take a look how to build out our top header navigation and our bottom footer. On our top header, we have our text logo and our CTA button that will take us to the login page. And our bottom footer, we have our text logo, middle text section, and finally, social icons. We're going to start by first modeling our header and footer data in our Strapi application. If we navigate to our content type builder, under single types, we see our homepage. Our homepage is responsible for our hero section and our feature section. Let's create a designated single type to be responsible for our top header navigation and the footer. Click on create new single type, and we're going to call it global. We're going to click continue, and we're going to create a text field. We're going to leave it as short text, and it's going to be title. We're going to click add another field. We're going to select text, make it long text. That's going to be description. And click finish and save. Now let's go ahead and create our header component. We could either do it inside the components section, creating a new component, but you could also do it here. So let's click add another field to the single type, and we're going to select component. We're going to call it header, and we're going to put it under the layout. And now let's go ahead and click configure the component. We will call it header. It's going to be a single component. Go ahead and click add first field to the component. Our first field is going to be a link, and we previously created one. So let's go ahead, click on component. We're going to say use existing component and click select the component button. We're going to select our link, and we're going to call this logo text. It's going to be a single component. Now let's go ahead and click add another field. Again, we're going to use our link component. We're going to click on it. Again, click on use existing component, select component. It's going to be our link component. Again, going to be a single component, and we're going to call it CTA button. Now go ahead and click finish and save. Once everything is saved, you're going to see our global page, and we now have our header component, which takes in our logo text and our CTA button, which is going to be responsible holding the data in our top navigation, our logo text and our CTA button. Now let's go ahead and see how we could represent our footer data in Strapi. So now let's go ahead and model the data for our footer. Inside our global single type, navigate to the bottom and click add another field to this type. we're going to select component, and we're going to call it footer. Again, we're going to click on layout and click on configure the component. Here, we're going to give it a name footer, and it's going to be a single component. So let's go ahead and add our first fields. So click add first field to component button, and we're going to start with our logo text component. So here, click on use existing component. Let's select our link. And again, we're going to call it logo text, and it's going to be a single component. Now let's go ahead and click add another field. This time we're going to select text because this is going to be our middle text in our navigation. So let's make it long text, and we're going to call it text, and click add another field. Finally, we're going to add our social link component. So navigate to component. So we're going to use existing component. Once again, we're going to select our link element. This time it's going to be a repeatable component, and we're going to call it social link. Now let's click finish and review our footer before saving. So notice our footer takes in our logo text, then it takes regular text for our middle portion, and then for our social links, we're going to have a repeatable component of links called social links. And this is going to correspond to our logo text, to our text in the middle, and our social links. Now that we have our components done, let's click save and navigate to your content manager, and let's create our global page. And for title, I'm going to say global page, and is responsible for header and footer data. And now let's go ahead and add our header. For our logo text, we're going to link home, and our text is going to be summarize AI. And we're going to keep is external false. Now we're going to add a CTA button, and our CTA button is going to navigate to sign in. And for text, we're going to say sign in. And again, we're going to keep it false. So now let's go ahead, update our footer. Here, I'm going to add our logo text, which we know is going to be summarize AI. And the URL is going to be home. And for our text, I'm going to say made with love. And for our social links, we're going to add YouTube. And we're going to say YouTube is external true. Let's click add another entry. And we're going to add GitHub, which is going to be external. And finally, let's go ahead and add Twitter or X, but I'm still gonna call it Twitter. And again, for external, we're going to say true. Go ahead and click save and publish. Now that we have all of our global data for our header and footer, in order to be able to get it from our API, we want to go to settings, under roles, public. For our global page, we want to give define access. And here you could see the URL that we need to call to get our data. Don't forget to click save. And finally, we want to make sure that we're getting all of our data. So let's go back to our content type builder and take a look. Taking a look at our global page, we have our header component, which has our logo text, has our CTA button. We also have our footer, which has our logo text and our social link. We need to use our query builder to build our query that we could utilize. If you Google Strapi Query Builder, you'll find this interactive query builder that we have used before. We're going to go ahead and say that we want to find our API/global page. And here we're going to write our populate logic. In the previous examples, we used nested object notation. But if your populate is straightforward, you can use this array notation, which basically says populate the header and populate the logo text. Populate the header, populate CTA button, the footer, and so on. If we take a look at our admin, we're saying header, populate the logo text, header, populate the CTA button, footer, populate logo text, and footer, populate social link, and we're using the dot notation. So now I'm going to go ahead and copy this LHS syntax, And let's test this API call in Insomnia. In Insomnia, I'm going to paste that syntax, click send, and notice now we're getting our global page, including our header section and our footer section. Now that we know that our API works, let's go ahead and build our Next.js components in the next section. In this video, we're going to take a look how to build out our Next.js TopNavigation header and footer components. So let's get started. But first, in our front end of our Next.js application, let's navigate to source, data, under loaders, and let's create a new function that will be responsible for getting our global data. We're going to say export async function, and we're going to call it get global page data. It will not take any params. And here we're going to construct our URL, const URL equals new URL, and it will take our path, which is API/global, and our base URL. Next, we have to define our URL.search params, and we're going to be using our QS library, which has that stringify method. And inside here, we're going to paste our populate that we wrote to get our data. If you still have your code from the interactive query builder, I'm just going to go ahead and copy that populate statement and paste it inside. And finally, we're going to return await fetch data, and we're going to pass our URL params. Now that we have our get global page data, let's go ahead and navigate to our layout under source app layout and import it. So import get global page data, and it's going to be from our data loaders. Fantastic. And now what we want to do is create the root layout component to be a async component. And right before the return statement, we want to await our get global page data. And let's go ahead and console log our global data to make sure that we're getting it. And here you could see my response, so we know that works. Wonderful. So now we could continue to create our components. Let's navigate to our components custom folder and create a new file called logo.tsx. And this is where our logo text is going to be stored. We're not going to add any images here, but you could go ahead and do so in the future if you like. We could find the code snippet in the blog post that is linked in the description below. So under building our header and footer with Strapi, you'll be able to find all the code snippets. We already covered how to model our data in the previous video, but if you keep scrolling down, you're going to find the code snippet logo component that we're working on right now. Go ahead and copy the code, and inside our logo.tsx file, let's paste it in. Reviewing the code, we just have a simple icon, and we passing text as a prop. In the future, if you like, you could replace it with your image, but we're not going to do that now. Now that we have our logo.tsx file, navigating back to our custom folder, let's create a new file, and we're going to call it header.tsx. Scrolling down farther in the article, you're going to find the header.tsx component snippet. Let's go ahead and copy it. And the reason why I decided to write a blog post first is so you don't have to watch me type all of this ahead of time. So we could just take a look and review the code. This is a simple React component that pulls in our logo that we created, to which we pass our logo text as props. And then we have our link that's going to be populated by CTA button URL. So now what we could do is we could use this component. So let's go back to our layout, and inside the body, we're going to put our children in its own div, just like so. Let's paste the children inside and reformat. And now right before the children, let's go ahead and import our header component that we just created. And it's going to, for its data prop, take our global data.header. So now if we restart our application, if you haven't, and take a look at our front end, notice that you see our summarize logo text and our sign in button. Currently, if I click our sign in button, it redirects us to sign in and we see the generic 404 page. We will create a custom page later on. But for now, let's go back and create our footer component to finish up our landing page. So inside our code editor, let's navigate back to our components, custom, and create a new file called footer.tsx. Again, we could find our footer code inside the article that I shared. So find the footer.tsx component code, go ahead and copy it back in our VS Code. Let's go ahead and paste it. We're going to quickly take a look through and see what we have here. Again, we're using basic TypeScript in order to be able to show the structure of the data that this component expects. We also have a function called select social icon. Basically what it does, it checks if the URL includes either YouTube, Twitter, or GitHub, and it will show the appropriate icon accordingly. And if you wanted to add additional social icon, you would just add it here. In this example project, I just used YouTube, Twitter, and GitHub. Then if we take a look at our footer code, we're using our logo. For our middle, we're getting our text element. And then for our social links, we're mapping through our links. And here I am missing a key prop. So go ahead, let's add it now. So here in links, before a class name, we could say key, and it's going to equal to link.id. Perfect. And now VS Code stops complaining. And let's go ahead and import this inside our layout. Right after the children div, we're going to import our footer, and that's going to take us props, our global data.footer. Navigating back to our front end, now you see that we have amazing footer, which is pretty awesome. If you're wondering where our data is coming from, no surprise there. We know that it's coming from our Strapi application. If you look under our content manager, under global, we could see that our header data is being stored inside our Strapi app. Now, one thing that I want to show you, after we refactored our code in our loader.tsx file, we again disabled the no caching for production. So I want to revisit that in a second. But what this means is that if I make a change, made with love by Paul, and click save, and go back to our application and refresh, if I take a look at the footer, this message doesn't change. That's because this is being cached, and if we need to update it, we need to revalidate it. When we deploy our application in the future, here at Strapi, we will be able to navigate to settings, and we have this webhooks option. We'll be able to create a webhook that will allow us on content update to fire a hook that will trigger a Vercel action to revalidate our data. But in development, that's not something we're going to do. And so before I'll show you how we're going to solve this, the first thing that I want to say is that everybody should go ahead and read data fetching, caching, and revalidation in Next. This is a very important piece of documentation that you should familiarize yourself with. But if we scroll down, you will find a section on opting down. In the past videos, we took a look at how to use the cache no store function. If you don't want to use this, you could actually update your cache manually by deleting it. For instance, I can go ahead inside my project, inside the .next.js folder, and delete the cache folder. Then I could restart my application. And if I refresh my front end, notice now we see made with love by Paul. But that's a manual process. What you can do is you could run a script. Whenever you run yarn dev, it's going to go ahead and remove that cache folder. And that's what I have done in the past. So here I have a yarn clear command. And if you take a look what clear does, it goes ahead and removes the .next folder, including the cache files. But what we're going to do, instead of doing this, we're going to use another method that exists in Next.js called unstable no store function. So what we're able to do is we're able to import this function and use it. And this will go ahead, opt us out from Next.js caching. And what's awesome, we could do it on component level. So going back to our application, let's go inside our loaders.ts file. At the top, I'm going to go ahead and import that unstable no store, and we're going to use it. In our loader.ts file, we have this global fetch data function that we're using. If I put the no store here, this is going to be called on every request, and none of our data is going to be cached. But what I could do instead of doing this, I could only pass this function in places where I want my content to be dynamic. So here under get global page data, I'm going to go ahead and pass no store. So now all of the content inside the top navigation is going to be dynamic. I'm not saying this is what we're going to keep, but we're just going to do it here as an example in our development mode. So now if I go ahead and restart my application and back inside our content manager, I'm going to go ahead to our global page and I'm going to go ahead and update this again. Made with love by Paul B. Bratz. Why not? I'll use half of my last name, click save. And now when we take a look at our front end and refresh, notice that this is automatically updated. Again, I suggest you read the docs to learn more about it. And now that our application takes shape, that is pretty awesome. The one thing that I want to show you when we navigate to our sign in page, since we didn't create it yet, we get this 404 page. So the few things that I want to show you in the next video is how to create a custom 404 page, or what happens when we're switching from page to page. Let's see a loader spinner, and also what happens if we get an error. But with that being said, I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to take a look how to set up our dynamic metadata in Strapi. Currently in our application, if we navigate to our Strapi content manager and take a look under global, we have this title and description. Let's use this data in our application as our metadata. Inside our application, if we navigate to source, our app folder, and take a look at our layout folder, we currently see that our metadata is being set here statically. Let's take a look how we could make this dynamic and get our data from our Strapi application. You could learn more about metadata in Next.js by reading their docs. We're going to use their dynamic metadata example. So if you have any further questions, you could always ask them in the comments, but don't be shy to use Next.js documentation. In order to get our dynamic data, we need to make a fetch request inside the metadata function to get our data. Now, you know that we already have get global page data that returns all of our data, including our header and footer. So as you could see here, we have our response, and our response returns our title, description, but also all of our header and footer data. For the sake of learning more about Strapi Populate, let's go ahead and create another function that will just get the title and description, so we don't overfetch and get any of the extra data. Let's see how we could accomplish this. Inside our code, let's navigate to our data folder under loaders. Under get global page data, we're going to create a new function, and we're going to call it get global page metadata. We're going to say const URL equals new URL. We're going to pass our path and including our base URL. And make sure you spell const correctly. And right below, we're going to say url.search equals qs.stringify, and it's going to take an object. And here, we're just going to specify the fields that we want. We're going to say fields, and inside of an array, we're going to specify the field title and the field description. Finally, let's return await, our fetch data, and pass our URL string. Now we're able to call this inside our metadata component. And inside our layer.tsx file, we're going to update our metadata function. We're actually going to create a new one. We're going to say export sync function, and it's going to be called generate metadata. It's going to return our promise of type metadata. And for now, we're just going to use these hard-coded values. But inside here, we're going to make a request to our get metadata function that we just created. So I'm going to say await get global page metadata, and let's make sure that we import it. So line 5, we're going to say get global page metadata. And now we're able to console.log our metadata. As you could see, our response only includes our title and the description. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and use it. So for our title, let's get metadata.title. And we're going to do the same thing for description, metadata.description. So notice our title is global page and our description is responsible for header and footer. So now when we take a look at our application, here we see our message for our title, global data. If we inspect the page by viewing page source, and I know this is not formatted nicely, but if we search for title, we see our global page, and here we could see our description, which is pretty awesome. I'm going to go ahead and clean this up a little bit by removing this console log. But to refresh, today we took a look how to set our metadata dynamically in Strapi. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you in the next one. In this quick video, we're going to take a look how to create not found page in Next.js. Currently, if you navigate to our sign-in page, which doesn't exist, we get this 404 page. But let's see how we could customize it. To learn more about it, you could read the documentation on Next.js website. Here, all we have to do is create a notfound.js file in the root of the folder where we want to default to the not found page and add a not/found.tsx file. So this could be on the root of your app, or you could have it in a specific page or route if you want to have another custom page. So to get started, let's go ahead and copy the snippet, which we'll replace with our custom code, but just to get us started. Inside our code editor, inside the app folder, we're going to create a new file called notfound.tsx, and here we're going to paste our code snippet. Now when our application restarts, notice we see our custom page. So now if we navigate back to our home page and back to sign in for any page that's not found, we're going to see this custom not found component. So now let's add our custom not found page. In the description, you will find the link to this blog post with all the code snippets. So scroll down until you see our notfound.tsx example. Go ahead and copy it, and let's go ahead and paste it inside our VS Code. So here, I'm going to replace our original code with our custom component. And in this not found page, we just have basic styling with Tailwind. We have our message, and we have a bug icon. You could customize this in any way that you want, but I just want to make something that kind of looks a little bit better. So navigating back to your front end, now you could see that we have this nice not found page. And when you click go back home, it's always going to take you to the root of your project. So now when we go to sign in to the page that doesn't exist, we have this basic message. And you could customize this not found page in any way that you want. But with that being said, we're going to end it here, and I'll see you in the next video. In this quick video, which is part of our Epic Next.js course, we're going to take a look how to set up a loading page in Next.js. If you take a look at our application, currently we have our landing page, but when we navigate to sign in, there's no visual cue that something happened. So when we navigate back, wouldn't it be nice if we had a loading spinner when we're loading in the next page? There's a couple of different ways to handle this in Next.js, and you could take a look at the documentation. But today we're going to cover handling loading via the loading.js file. If you take a look here, you could see that the loading file is based on suspense, which you could read more about, that explains how things are work. Later in our code, we will take a look how to use suspense, but today we're going to start with our loading page. So inside our VS Code, in our project, we're going to navigate to the app folder, and we're going to create a new file called loading.tsx. If you've been following this tutorial, you'll find this blog linked in the description below, where you could see our snippet for our loading component. Go ahead and copy it, and inside VS Code, inside the loading.tx file, let's go ahead and paste it. This just has simple Tailwind CSS that's going to show an animated spinner. Now navigating back to our front end, when we switch pages, you could see our little spinner. Isn't this fantastic? If you're wondering why we have our not found page, you could see the previous video, but we haven't yet created our sign in page. So let's go back home and navigate. In the next video, first we're going to cover how to handle basic errors in Next.js, and then we're going to continue by building out our sign-in and our sign-up forms. See you in the next video. In this video, we're going to take a look how to handle errors in Next.js by creating error.tsx file. You could learn more about it in the Next.js documentation. You could read about error handling and different options that you have for yourself. Today, we're going to take a look at creating our error.tsx file and go from there. In our project, inside VS Code, navigate to source, data, loader.ts file. And inside get home page data, let's go ahead and throw a new error. And navigate it to our front end, we're going to see this error. But let's go ahead and replace it with something much nicer. In the description below to this video, you'll have a link that will take you to this article that covers all the things that we covered in this lecture. If you scroll down, you're going to see a code snippet for our error component, which is based on the example that we saw here in our Next.js docs. Go ahead and copy it, and inside our code editor, navigate to app, and inside the app folder, create a new file, and we're going to call it error.tsx. And go ahead, paste the code that we copied. If you scroll to the top, you notice that all error components have to be using useClient. Now, I have an extension that always likes to complain about things, but this is just a warning and not a big issue. If you want to know what extension I have that's always showing me all the things that I could probably do better, you could find it in VS Code under extension and search for error lens. This is a great plugin, especially when you're working with TypeScript, that will give you great feedback, including some of the things you could do better. But now when we navigate to our application, it doesn't crash in the way that it did before. And instead, we have this beautiful error component. You could customize it in any way that you want. And please use the Next.js docs as a reference to learn more about errors. Before I end this video, I'm going to go ahead into loaders and undo throwing the error. We know that it works. So with that being said, I'll see you in the next video where we're going to tackle creating our sign-in and sign-up pages. Hello, you wonderful people. Welcome to part 4 of our Epic Next.js course. In this lesson, we're going to take a look how to create our sign-in and sign-up pages. We're going to take a look how to do authentication with Next.js, including XOT validation and using HTTP tokens. So with that being said, let's jump into the video. Since the last tutorial, we completed this amazing landing page. We have our hero section, our features section, our top navigation, and our footer. Go ahead and check out the previous video that I'll link somewhere over here to see what we have done. But if you currently click on sign in, you're going to see a 404 not found page because we haven't created our sign in page or our sign up page. So that's what we're going to do. And so you don't have to always watch me type. I do have a complimentary article that you can find in the link in the description below. When you navigate to the article, you're going to be able to find all the code snippets that you need to build this project with us. So with that being said, let's jump into it. We're going to start working on this sign-in page. Let's start by creating our forms. I created a new branch to keep track of changes that we're going to make in this video. The first thing I'm going to do is cd into our front-end folder, and I'm going to open it in VS Code. Inside VS Code, we're going to start by creating a grouped route to hold both our sign-in and sign-up page. So let's navigate to source, and we're going to open our app folder. And inside here, we're going to create a new folder, and we're going to call it auth. By putting it in parentheses, this is going to make it a group route. You could take a look in the Next.js documentation to learn more about root groups. But here you could see by putting the folder name in parentheses, this is going to avoid including it in our root URL path. And you could see some examples here. So let's go ahead and create our first pages. So inside our auth folder, we're going to create a new folder, and we're going to call it sign in. And inside here, we're going to make a new file called page.tsx. And we're going to make another folder. We're going to call it sign up. And inside this folder, we're going to create another file called page.tsx. Inside our sign in route, we're going to create a new function. We're going to call it sign in route. And for now, we're just going to return sign in route within div so we could kind of see what we have. And now we're going to go ahead and do the same thing in our sign up page, except we're going to call it sign up route. And this is going to be our sign up page or route. And we could test this now in our front-end application. When I navigate to sign in, you could see our sign in route. And if I navigate to sign up, you will see our sign up route. But what if we wanted to give global styling to our sign in and sign up page? How would we do that? Well, we could accomplish this through a parent route or called our layout route. So let's go ahead and do that. Inside VS Code, inside the auth folder, create a new file, and we're going to call it layout.tsx. And we're going to export a component called auth layout that's going to take all the children that we're going to pass in the middle. By the way, you could find that code snippet in the article that I shared in the link description below. But all it does is going to return all of our children wrapped inside this component. So if we take a look here, we have our layout, which will return our sign-in page and sign-up page. And here we're using flex to center the items. So if we take a look at our front end now, you could see that our sign-up route and our sign-in route are using the parent styling, which is pretty cool. So now let's build our sign-in form. You can find the code snippet in the article below. I didn't want to type all the code out because I wanted to focus on Next specific things rather than just React in general. So go ahead and copy, and inside our VS Code, we're going to create inside our app folder under components, we're going to create a new folder and we're going to call it forms. And inside here, we're going to create a new file and we're going to call it signinform.tsx. And we're going to go ahead and paste our sign-in code. Taking a look at the code, you notice that we're expecting a card component, a label component, and input component that's coming from Shad-C UI. We didn't install it yet. So let's go ahead and kind of refresh our memory how to do that. In our project, we're using Shad-C UI to style everything with Tailwind. If you take a look at the components, you could scroll through and see all the different ones that we have. For instance, we are looking for a card component. You could take a look at how to use the component here, and you could also see how to install it. For instance, we use npx shadcn UI at latest, add, and then the component that we want to install. And in my terminal, I'm going to run npx shadcn/UI at latest, and I'm going to add the card component, the label component, and the input, and press enter. Once everything is installed, you could run yarn dev to restart our project. And back in our VS Code, we're going to see that our VS Code will stop complaining. So now let's go ahead and create our sign-up form. Navigate to the forms folder, create a new file called signupform.tsx. And we're going to navigate to the sign up form code. We're going to copy it and paste it. Nice. Taking a look at our form, all it is just basic React components without any functionality. So now let's go ahead and import these two newly created components. So let's navigate to page.signin. Now let's go ahead and import our forms. Inside our sign-in route, we're going to import sign-in form. Fantastic. Next, let's go ahead to our sign-up page and we're going to import our sign-up form. Excellent. Now that all of our components are imported, let's check out our front end. Now, when we navigate to sign in, you could see our sign in form. If you go to sign up, you could see our sign up form. Great. Now that we have our basic sign in and sign up form done, in the next video, we're going to take a look how to submit the forms using server actions. One thing that I'm going to encourage everybody to do if you haven't done it in a while is to check out the MDN HTML forms article to take a look at how forms work in regular HTML. This is going to give you a good foundation to understand all the differences of how we submit forms in Next.js. With that being said, I'll see you in the next video. In this tutorial, we're going to take a look how to use server actions in Next.js. In previous videos, we created our landing page, and in the last video, we created our sign in and sign up page. So in this video, let's jump in and take a look how to use server actions. This video is accompanied by our blog post. I decided to write the blog post first to make it easier showing you code snippets in the video. You will find the video in the description below. We're going to start by navigating to the section titled Form Submission in Next.js using Server Actions. Before we get too deep, remember, Always use the documentations when you have questions. Here, I'm in Next.js documentation, and I'm going to just search server actions. And we're going to look at this page, server actions and mutations. Here, you could learn more about how they work. Of course, I'm going to walk you in this video how to implement them. But just remember, documents exist for your benefit. So back in VS Code, and yes, this looks ridiculous, but I'm trying out having everything on the right side, making the code more visible on the left. We'll see how it goes. Let's jump into our source folder, and we're going to go to our components, and we're going to navigate to our sign up form. Here you could see our basic form that we created in the previous video. If we navigate to line 20, we're going to see that we have the form element. Let's do a quick detour and take a look at some of the form attributes that exist. Using the greatest website, MDN Web Docs, you could take a look at form and you could see some of the attributes that they have available. Notice that we have an action attribute. We're going to talk about how we could use this specific to Next to fire our server action. You could read more about other attributes. This is just great fun reading if you're bored. Back in our code, we're going to define an action and we're going to give it a name. It doesn't exist yet, but we're going to create it. We're going to call our action called register user action. Really straightforward. Now let's go ahead and create this action. We're going to go inside our data folder and we're going to create a new folder and we're going to call it actions. And inside our actions folder, we're going to create a new file and we're going to call it actions. These will be all the actions responsible for our authentication. Inside here, we're going to create a first server action. To specify a server action, we need to say use server. This will tell Next.js that we want this to be a server action. And we're going to create a function called register user action. We're going to talk about form data in just a moment. But first, let's see if we submit a form, we could see this console log. So let's go ahead, take this newly created server action, go back to our sign up form, and let's import it here at the top. So let's say after the links, we're going to say import our register user action from our auth action file that we just created. Now, the way form action works, whenever you click a button, and by default, this button has the type of submit, but you could be specific and type out button type submit, which doesn't hurt. Once we click this button, this should go ahead and fire our register user action. Let's take a look and see if that's actually true. So here, we don't have to worry about editing any data because we're not validating or checking anything. I'm going to go ahead and click sign up and let's check our console. Hello from our register user action. So we know that our form and our server action is connected. So let's go to the next step and figure out how we could get our form data and pass it to our server action. If we take a look at our form, we have our fields, and each field has a name attribute. We have one for the username, we have one for the email, and we have one for the password. My goodness, MDN Docs is the best. So let's take a look at form data. If we scroll down, we could see that form data has the get method. That's exactly what we could use to get all of our data from our form. So let's see it in action. Back in our code, let's go to our auth actions. And here, right afterwards, I'm just going to paste in this following code. You could find it in the article that is going to be in the description below. But what we're doing here, we're defining our variable fields, and it's going to hold our user name, password, and email data. And we're using that form data.get method that we just saw in our MDN docs to get our input data. And what we're going to do, we're going to now submit our form and see if we could console log our fields. So in our application, let's do test user. Email is going to be testuser@email.com. And let's say password is going to be testuser. Let's click sign up. Nothing happens because we didn't write the logic, but at least we should be getting our data. So taking a look, notice, whoa, we are getting our data from our forms. So now that we have our data, we could do something with it. So let's see what we could do. But you notice that this data is happening server side. Why, if we wanted to create some validation and we wanted to pass this data to our client saying, hey, something is wrong? Before jumping into validation, let's take a look at how to use useFormState hook to help us to get the data from our server action and see it on the front end. So let's jump into the code and see how we could accomplish this. Back in our code, let's navigate to our sign up form. In the top here, right before our register action, let's import our useFormState hook. Now, after all of our imports, let's define a variable to store our initial state. We're just going to call it initial state, and we're just going to have data, which let's say is going to be hello, you wonderful. I don't want to say world. I just want to say you, people watching, wonderful people. Hello, wonderful people. Now we're going to scroll down a little bit and we're going to say const inside brackets. We're going to say form state. And the second thing that we pass is going to be our form action. The first argument is going to be our register user action. And the second argument is going to be our initial state. So now we're going to go ahead and replace the action attribute here in our form with our form action. And we're going to add a console log here, console log form state, and we're going to say it's going to come from the client. Perfect. The reason why this is complaining is because we now have to reference our state inside our server actions. So navigating back to our auth actions, right before form data, we're going to say previous state equals any for now. And here we're just going to go ahead and return our previous state and our fields. Now going back to our sign up form. And I just wanted to say, hello, you wonderful people. But when we submit our form, hello, wonderful people should be replaced by our form data. So let's take a look. So currently we see our hello, you wonderful people, which is our initial state. And now when we submit our form, I'm going to say test user again, test user at email.com. And I'm going to say test user again and click sign up. Boom. Notice here we are getting our data client side returned from our server action. So whenever you want to get a return state from our register user action, you need to use previous state. You need to return that data in a return statement. And in the sign up form, you need to go ahead and use the useFormState hook to help us accomplish that. Now that we know that we could return our data from our server action, in the next video, we're going to take a look how to use XOD for validation to validate our form before creating our user in our Strapi API. I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to take a look how we could improve our user experience by adding form validation with XOD. Currently, if you take a look at our form, if I randomly type random characters and click sign in, nothing happens. And the reason this happens is because we're not validating our form inputs. So let's take a look how we could accomplish that. By the way, this video has a complimentary blog post that you could check out to see all the code snippets that I'll be using in this lecture. You can find it in the link in the description below. We are going to be using XOD. It's an amazing library that makes doing validation much easier. You could navigate to basic usage to see how it works. But what we're going to do, we're going to define an object schema that's going to have structure of our object with some basic validation. Then we're going to validate our form using the schema. So let's take a look how we could accomplish this in code. In my Strapi project, first thing I'm going to do is open my terminal, making sure that you're in the front end, and go ahead, run yarn add XOD. This is going to install the library that we're going to use. We could close the terminal. Once everything is installed, let's navigate to our source folder, our data, and we're going to go inside our actions. We're going to navigate into our auth/action.ts file. Here in the top, we're going to import our XOD library. We know that we have our username and our password and our email. So let's create a basic schema that we're going to call schema register that's going to show the structure of our object and the requirements for validation. So for username, we expect a string to be minimum between 3 to 20 characters. We're doing something similar for the password. And for the email, we just checking if it's a string and if it's an email. You could learn more about other methods available to you on the Zod documentation. Once we have our schema, let's go ahead and test it out. We're going to say const validated fields is going to equal our schema that we just created. If you take a look at the methods, we have save parse available to us. This is what we're going to use. We're going to pass in an object, and that object is going to contain our form data that we're getting from our form. Now we could check if validate field is successful. We could do if validate field dot success. And here we're going to return previous state, and then we're going to create a key called Zod errors, which is going to contain our Zod errors. So we're going to say validated fields dot error, and we have a helpful method called flatten, and we're going to flatten all the field errors. Fantastic. And then we're going to return a message that's going to say missing fields failed to register. Perfect. We could delete this since we're not using it anymore. And here in the final return statement, we're just going to say previous state. And for data, we're just going to return OK for now. So quick recap. We imported Zod. We defined a schema to structure our validation for our user, password, and email. Then we went ahead, used our schema by running save parse, and then we are able to use our validated fields. If it's not successful, we're going to return our Zod errors, and otherwise, we're just going to return our previous state with OK. Now, let's navigate back to our form. So going to components, forms, and sign up form. Here, we're going to update our initial state because now we have our data. I'm just going to set this to null. Then we have our Zod errors, which is null. And then we have our message, which is null. So before getting too far ahead, let's just console log our form state and see if we're getting the errors. So on the front end of our application, if we take a look, our current initial state, we have data null, message null, Zod errors null. I'm not going to enter anything in the fields. I'm just going to click sign up. Notice now we're getting our object back, which has our data null, our message, missing fields, failed to register, and it shows the errors. So for email, please enter valid email, password, and username. You could see that it expects a string of a certain length. So now that we know that we're getting our error, let's go ahead and modify our form to render our field error messages underneath each field. In the article that's in the link in the description below, you're going to find this Zod errors component. We're going to go ahead and use it. So go ahead and copy it. And inside your code editor, navigate to source, components, custom, and let's create a new file. And we're going to call it Zod errors.tsx. And we're going to paste in our code. All it does is just going to parse the response we're getting and show our amazing error. So now we could go ahead and use it. So in our sign up form, let's go ahead and first import our Zod errors. So after the input labels here, I'm going to say import. Let's go ahead, Zod errors. And that's going to be coming from our components, custom Zod errors. And now we are able to use it. So scrolling down to our first field, our input field, right underneath, we're going to say Zod errors, and it takes a error prop, and we get the errors returned from our server action using our from state. And we're just saying, go ahead, get the Zod errors with the username. And we're going to do the same thing for our input, for our emails. So let's go ahead and do it here. And finally, we're going to do the same thing for our password. Gotta love VS Code when it is able to take context of your application and actually give you valid suggestions. So now that we have everything set up, let's go ahead and check out our form. So now inside our front-end application, when I click sign up, I should see our errors being returned from our server action, which is pretty cool. Now that we know that our form validation works, in the next section, we're going to go ahead and take a look how to authenticate or create users with our Strapi backend. If you want to learn more, you could check out the link in our documentation And here you could read more about how Strapi handles authentication and registration, something we're going to use in the next section. But with that being said, I'll see you in the next video. Hello, you wonderful people. In this tutorial of our Epic Next.js course, we're going to take a look how to use authentication in Next.js and save our data via our HTTP-only cookie. If you take a look at our website, if we want the user to be able to enter their information and be able to register an account with our backend, which is being hosted with Strapi. You could reference the article that I wrote. There will be a link in the description of this video for any code snippets that we may use. But you could also learn more about Strapi authentication on their website. You could learn more about authentication with Strapi in the documentation. We're gonna scroll down until we see where we have our register section. And here you could see all we have to do is make a post request and pass our user data. If we were going to test this in Insomnia, we're going to make a post request to our endpoint and pass our user data. So when I click send, we're going to get back our JWT token and our basic user information. You can learn more about JWT from their JWT.io website. Really awesome resource for anything that you want to know about JWT tokens. Now, if we take a look at our Strapi application and refresh, notice we have our first user. So let's go ahead and create the sign up page. In VS Code, let's navigate to source, data, and create a new folder called services. And here we're going to create a new file called auth/service.ts. Here we're going to add all of our logic necessary to handle our Strapi logins. We're going to use our blog post as reference, so navigate to the authentication section and see this code snippet for our auth/service. I went ahead and created some helpful functions that allow us to make the process of registration much easier. So let's go ahead and copy this process. If you're wondering, this is all based on the documentation that you will find on our Strapi website. In our code editor, I'm going to paste in the snippet. And if you scroll to the top, notice that we are referencing a util function, and that's something that we created in our previous videos. So this is all set. We have our service to register user, and we also have our service to log in our user. Fantastic. So now we're ready for the most important part. Let's navigate to actions, to our auth.actions.ts file, and we're going to do our work inside this register user action function. So let's do it. First things first, before using our register user service, let's go ahead and import it from the top. So I'm going to say import register user service from our services. Now back inside our function, I'm going to go ahead and delete this console log because it's no longer necessary. We know it works. So let's scroll down after our ZOD validation, and after the if statement where we check if it's successful, we're going to utilize our register user service that's going to take our validated fields and is going to return our response data. Once we get our response data, if something is wrong, we're going to return our previous states, and we're just going to return our messages. Oops, something went wrong. Please try again. But if our response has a Strapi error, we're going to go ahead and create a new key in our object Strapi errors, and we're going to pass that data to it. And finally, before our return statement, let's just console log our response data and see if we're getting back our JWT token. So let's test out our sign up form. So in the front end of my application, inside our sign up form, I'm going to say test user for username, test user at email for our email, and the password will just keep test user. And let's click sign up. We didn't handle the redirect, but we should at least see our console log in our terminal. So taking a look at our terminal, we are successfully getting our JWT token back. Now, before taking a look how we could take our response and save it to our HTTP only cookies, let's go ahead and handle the case if we have a Strapi error. For instance, if we get a Strapi error, we want to make sure that we show a message to our user. In our article, we have this Strapi errors component. So let's go ahead, copy the code, and inside VS Code, let's navigate to our components, custom, and we create a new file, and we're going to call it Strapi errors.tsx. And let's go ahead and paste in our code. This is just going to make our errors pretty. So let's go ahead and use this component inside our form. So navigate to app, components, forms to our sign up form. And let's import our Strapi errors from our component that we just recently created. Now that we have our Strapi errors component, let's navigate to our button, and right below, let's go ahead and add our Strapi errors. So if there's a Strapi error, we are going to be able to see it. So in our front end, if I create a user with the same email, we should get back an error. So let's give it a try. Test user. And when I click sign up, email and username already taken. Great. We know that our Strapi errors are showing up as well. So let's go and do that final step of setting our cookies and redirecting our user. You could learn more about Next.js cookies and how to handle them in Next.js documentation. We're going to use the set method to set the cookies in our app. So let's go ahead and do that. In our code, let's navigate back to our data actions auth action.ts folder. We're going to scroll all the way to the top, and we're going to import our cookies from Next headers. Since we want to set our cookies as HTTP only, we need to pass a configuration file. We're going to define the max age, our path, our domain. Our HTTP only will be set to true, and if in production, set secure as true. Now inside our register user action, if everything is successful, let's go ahead and set our cookie. We're going to pass our response data with our JWT and our config. Finally, once this succeeds, we want to redirect our user to the dashboard. Again, you could learn more about redirects in Next.js, but we're going to scroll to the top and we're going to import the redirect from Next.navigation. And right after our cookies, we're going to go ahead and add that redirect. We could remove all this unused code since it's no longer needed. Now we're going to be redirecting to dashboard. That page doesn't exist, so let's go ahead quickly create it. Inside app, let's create a new folder and it's going to be called dashboard. And inside this folder, create a new file called page.tsx. In our blog post, you could grab the snippet for our dashboard route. Let's go ahead and paste it and add it in VS Code. Perfect. Now we should have the dashboard page. So now let's go ahead and test our redirect. I'm going to create another user, test user2 at email.com, and password for test user. When we click sign up, notice that we get redirected to our dashboard. Awesome. Before leaving this video, let's make this button more awesome. And in the process, learn about pending states. We could get our form status from the use form status hook. You could find the examples on the Next documentation, but let's take a look how we could use it in our button. Navigating to our blog post, you're going to see the code snippet for our component that we created. So let's go ahead and create our submit button component and copy and paste this code and quickly walk through it. Inside our code editor, let's navigate to our components custom and create a new file. And we're going to call it submit button.tsx. And inside, we're going to paste in our code. Here we are importing our use form status, and scrolling to the bottom, we could see how we are using the hook to get status, and we're checking if there is pending state. And based on the state, we're going to go ahead and show the loader. So let's go ahead, import this component and try it out. Inside your code editor, navigate to our sign up form. And now we're going to replace our regular button with our newly created submit button component. Make sure that you import it in the top. So let's import after Strapi error, say import submit button component. Perfect. So let's go ahead and test out our loading spinner. I did slow down my network so we could see it. So I'm going to say Paul at email.com and password test user, sign up. And that was really quickly. Currently, we're not checking our authentication to see if our user is logged in or not. And we're also not protecting the routes. That's why regardless if you're logged in or not, you could navigate back to the dashboard. But we want to protect that route. And that's exactly what we're going to do in the next video with Next.js middlewares. So I'll see you there. And welcome back to another video in our Next.js Epic course series. In today's video, we're going to take a look at how to protect your routes in Next.js via middleware. In our application, when we sign up, we want our users to redirect to the dashboard. Once the user is redirected to dashboard, we're going to add a logout button. But once you log out, you should not be able to go back from sign up page to dashboard. You should be redirected back to sign up. But this is not what's currently happening. So let's take a look how we could accomplish this. Check out the link in the description below for this complimentary blog post that we're using as our examples. Today, we're going to focus on creating a middleware.ts file to handle this logic. You could learn more about Next.js middlewares by reading more on their documentation and all the different use cases associated with that. With that being said, let's jump into the video. Let's start by copying this code snippet from our complimentary blog post article, and inside our VS Code, navigate into your source folder and create a new file called middleware.ts and paste in the following code. We haven't yet created this get user me loader. We'll talk about in just a moment. But taking a look at our code, we're going to check our current path. Then we're going to check if the current path starts with dashboard. If the user is not okay, meaning equal to false, we're going to go ahead and redirect the user to sign in. But if a user exists, we're just going to continue. So now let's go ahead and create this get user me loader. Go ahead and navigate to our data folder into the services and create a new file. And we're going to call it get user me loader.ts file. You're going to find the code snippet inside our article. I'm going to go ahead and copy it. Let's go ahead and paste it in VS Code. And before reviewing this code, let's go ahead and create our getAuthToken function. So inside our services folder, create a new file. We're going to call it getToken.ts. And back in our code, let's grab the getAuthToken and paste it in. So we're just creating a helpful function to allow us to get our token from our cookies using the get method. Now let's go back to get user me loader. In Strapi, let's take a look on the roles authenticated for users permission plugin. We're going to see here a endpoint called me. This endpoint allows you to check with Strapi if the user is actually authenticated and get back the user data. We're going to use this endpoint to confirm that we actually have a logged in user. So taking a look in our code, we're making a request to our endpoint. We're using our token to validate. And in response, we're going to get our user data. If the user is logged in, we're going to set it to true and return our data. So in our middleware, when we get the user data, we're going to use it to verify if we should redirect or not. So let's test out our middleware. I'm going to go ahead and put a simple console log to console log our user and our current path. Think of your middleware as an intermediary step between you and your final response. This middleware runs on every request. And here you could do your final checks, like in our case, which routes to protect and which routes keep public. So in our code, we're defining our dashboard route as one of our protected routes. So let's see it in action. So without doing anything, if I refresh this page and we take a look at our console log, we see that our middleware runs. We could see that there is no current user because we're not logged in yet. So I'm going to go ahead and create another user, test user at email.com, and the password is going to be test user. When I click sign up, notice that we set our JWT token via HTTP only cookie. And we were redirected to our dashboard. If we navigate back to our console log, you could see that we are now getting our user and our user data. This means that while logged in, I could navigate back to the home page and back to the dashboard. We don't have a logout button yet, which we'll add in just a moment. But if I remove the cookie and refresh, redirected back to our sign-in page. So if I try to manually go to the dashboard and click enter, notice that we're always redirected to our sign-in page. And you notice in our middleware console, there is no user. So to finish up the video, let's go ahead and implement all of our sign-in logic and add a logout button to our dashboard. Now that we have our middleware set up, let's go ahead and finish the rest of the code. Now, we're pretty much going to do very similar things we did in our sign-up form inside our sign-in form. So instead of watching me do it step by step like we did in the previous videos, we're just going to use the code snippets found in our complimentary blog post that you could see in the description below. Let's first start by updating our auth-action.ts file. Let's go ahead and copy the snippet, and inside VS Code, navigate to your data, actions, auth action file. Let's do Command A and paste everything in. And you'll see the addition of adding a function to handle logout and a function to handle our login users. Now let's scroll down and grab the code snippet for the sign-in form. We're gonna copy it. In VS Code, let's navigate to Components, Forms, Sign-in Form, Command A and Command V to paste. Once the file is updated, let's create our logout button. Let's scroll down and you're going to find the code snippet for our login button. Go ahead and copy it. Within VS Code, let's navigate to our Components, Custom, and create a new file. And it's going to called logout_button.tsx. Go ahead and paste the code snippet. It's using our logout action to clear the cookie when we click the button. And finally, in our app folder, navigate to our dashboard folder, page.tsx file, and let's import our logout button. Logout button. Perfect. Now that everything is said and done, back in the front end, let's click sign in. I already have a user and I'm going to log in with that user at testuser@email.com and password is testuser. Click sign in. And once we sign in, we're redirected to our dashboard. While I stay signed in, regardless if I navigate back home or navigate back to the dashboard, we will have no issues. But once I log out, we're going to be redirected back to our homepage. Since I'm logged out and there's no user, when I navigate back to dashboard, we're always going to be redirected to the sign in page. So if I want to have access to the dashboard, I have to log in again. We're going to be redirected back to our dashboard. So in this video, we covered how to protect our routes with Next.js middlewares. We completed the rest of the code. And in the next video, we're going to start working on building out this dashboard section. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you then. Hello, you wonderful people, and welcome back. In this video or series of videos, we're going to cover building out our dashboard page, which will include our account page, which is going to have our user account information, including our photo, our first name, last name information, and our bio that we will be able to update, file, upload in Next.js using server actions. As always, every video will have a reference article that you can use for code snippets, or just if you want to quickly look stuff up and see if anything that you're missing, you'll be able to check it out in this blog post here. But with that being said, let's jump right into it. So currently, this is what we have. We're able to sign in. Let me say testuser@email.com, testuser, and click sign in. And here we have our blank dashboard. We're going to build this out today, but there's a couple of things I want to show you. So let's go back to our homepage. In previous videos, we took a look how you could use noStore function to disable caching and make your page dynamic. And that's exactly what we're doing for our get global page data, which is responsible for our data on our landing page. If I run yarn build, we're going to see that the noStore function forces us to use dynamic rendering. If you haven't removed it yet, let's go ahead and remove it completely. And let's rerun yarn build again. You're going to see that now all of our pages were generated statically. And this is what Next.js is going to try to do by default. In our application, we're going to have a lot of dynamic content. So by using certain functions, it's going to automatically opt out from the static generation. And this is something that we'll see as we continue going through this video, and something that I want you to be aware. But with that being said, let's jump in and continue. Let's start by navigating to our source folder, app folder, and inside our dashboard, we're going to create a new file called layout.tsx. This layout is going to be responsible for our navigation view on the left and displaying our main content on the right. In the description of the video, you're going to find the link to this blog post. We're going to go ahead and find this snippet for our layout.tsx file. Go ahead and copy it, and let's import it here in our layout.tsx file. Taking a look at the file, we have our left navigation that you could explore a little bit farther, but it's just basic links. And we also have our main for our children. So we're basically using grid, and on the left, we're going to have our navigation, and on the right, we're going to have our main view. So with this change, let's take a look at our UI. Now, if we navigate to our dashboard, we should see this layout. We have our navigation on the left, and we have our main area on the right. So now let's work on moving our logout button to our navigation. And more importantly, let's make sure that if the user is logged in, it's going to show the username. And if the user is not logged in, it's going to show the sign in button. So let's do that now. Let's navigate to our components and custom, and we're going to open up our header. And here what we want to do, we want to render this button conditionally based on the logged in user. In order for us to check if the user is logged in data.services, we have a function called getUserMeData, which will go ahead and get the logged in user from Strapi. So let's go ahead and use it. Back in our header file, let's go ahead and import getUserMeLoader. Perfect. And let's scroll down to our component and let's go ahead and use it here. And here, when we're logged in, you could see that we have user, and within the user, we have a key called OK. If it's true, that means we have a user. So what we could do is we could say if user.OK, let's go ahead and show our user. And if not, let's go ahead and show our button. So now taking a look at our dashboard, we could see our user here. Wouldn't be nice if we could display the username instead of hard coding it and the logout button. So let's go ahead and make that change now. In the blog post that's attached to the description in this video, you're going to find this logged in user component. Go ahead and copy it. Inside our front end, right before our header, let's go ahead and import it. We need to import the logout button. So let's go ahead here and do import logout button, and that's going to come from at components custom logout button. Perfect. Our logged in user component takes our user data and will go ahead and display the username. And if you click on the username, it's going to redirect us to the account page, which we yet haven't created. But let's go ahead and use this component. So scrolling down here, let's replace this hard-coded user with our logged in user component, and we're going to pass in the user data. So now taking a look at our front end, we could see our username and the logout button. If I log out, we're going to be redirected back to our homepage with the sign in button. If I click on the sign in, it's going to take us back to the sign in page. And when I sign back in again, test user, notice that we redirected back to the dashboard, and now we see our username and our logout button. That is pretty awesome. So now let's go ahead back to our summarize page, and let's update here. When we are logged in, instead of showing the sign in button, go ahead and show us a link to go to our dashboard. Let's do that next. So now let's navigate to our components, custom, and go inside our hero section. Because we're using server components, each component could be responsible for its own data. So what we want to do is conditionally render either the link to sign in, or we want to render our redirect to our dashboard. We're going to use that same helper method to get our user data. So on the top here, I'm going to import getUserMeLoader data, something that we're very familiar with. Once we import our getUserMeLoader, let's scroll down here and let's go ahead and use it here. We're going to say const user equals getUserMeLoader. Because we're using React server components, we can put a sink right in front of our function and await our user return. Once we have the user, let's do some conditional link rendering. For instance, if the user is okay, let's set our link as dashboard. If not, we're going to set it to what we're returning in our data. And finally, let's go ahead, update our link here. Instead of link URL, we're going to replace it with our conditional link. And here we're going to say, if user is okay, go to dashboard, otherwise show the link text. So with these changes made, let's take a look at our front end. Nice. So when we're logged in, we're going to see go to dashboard, and we're going to be redirected to the dashboard. If I log out, we're going to see the sign in button. When we click on it, it's going to take us to sign in. And taking a look back at our code, one question I'm going to leave to you is, when using server React components, this is something you have to think. Should the data be responsible within the component, or should you get the data via props? And that's a discussion that you must have in your own mind to decide what best action. But I wanted to do it this way to show you this example. Now, we do have a caveat. For instance, if we take a look at data.service and we look at our get user meet data, we're using our auth token, which is using our cookies. And because we're making all these additional requests, this is no longer a static page. So Next.js will automatically convert everything to being dynamic. So now if I run yarn build, once this is completed, and here you could see now that our website is being dynamically rendered. This is not a big deal for us because the nature of our app is very dynamic, but this is something that I wanted you to keep in mind. Here's a cool video you could check out if you Google search 5 ways to opt out of Next.js caching. You could see here all the different ways you could do it. So whenever you have a dynamic function, it will go ahead and opt us out of caching. So definitely keep this in mind and check out this video. With that being said, we started working on our dashboard, and now we have our amazing top navigation that shows our username and a logout button. This means we could later remove this logout button in our dashboard. And finally, we could start working on our account page next. Currently, if we click on it, we're going to get not found, but this is something we're going to fix in the next video. So I'll see you then. In this video, we're going to continue building out our account page. As always, you can find the article link in the description below for all the code snippets that we're going to use in this tutorial. So we're going to start by creating our user profile page. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's copy this code snippet for our page.tsx file, and inside our VS Code, navigate to source, app, dashboard, and let's create a new folder called account and create a new file called page.tsx. And let's go ahead and paste the code snippet. And this is just to get us started. And here we're getting our get user me loader, which is responsible for loading our user data that we'll be able to pass to our form components that we are yet to create. We're going to start by building the profile component first. So let's go ahead, navigate to your components folder. So inside your components folder, navigate to forms and create a new file. And we're going to call it profileform.tsx. Click enter. Let's go ahead and copy the code snippet found in our complimentary blog post. Let's go ahead and paste it in. And here we just have our UX code for our form. We haven't really implemented any of the logic, which we'll do together. Notice that you see the text area in red. That's because we need to still install it from shadcn UI. If you ever forget the command to install individual components, you could go to shadcnui.com website and take a look at any of the components you want to install. In our case, it's text area. So if you click on text area, and you're going to see the command. All we have to do is do npx shadcn/ui at latest, add, and the name of the component that we want to add. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Making sure that you're in your front end folder of your Next.js project, go ahead and run npx shadcn UI command to install our text area. Once installed, you see that the red squiggly goes away. Fantastic. You could quickly browse through the component, but all it is just a couple of basic inputs to store our username, email, count of credits that we may have, as well as place for us to show our first name, last name, and our bio. And we have our awesome submit button that we created in the previous videos. Now that we have our form, navigating back to our page.tsx file, and let's go ahead and undo this comment here and as well as here. Now, when we navigate to our account page, you should see this form. And currently, all you see is our username and our email. But our credits, our first name and last name, and our bio does not exist in our content type. So this is something that we have to do. So let's go ahead and do that now. Once you log into your Strapi admin, we could go to content type builder. And under users, we're going to add a couple of new fields. So let's click at add another field to this collection type. We're going to say text. We're going to keep it short text, and it's going to be first name. Then let's click add another field. We're going to say text, again, short text, last name. Finally, let's click add another field. We're going to say text, but this time it's going to be long text, and it's going to be our bio. And we're going to add another field. This time it's going to be a number field. Make sure to choose integer. We're going to call it credits. And very important, navigate to advanced settings. And for default, set the value of 0. This is going to be default number of credits that your user will have when they create their account. Let's click finish and save. Now we're able to navigate to Content Manager. Under users, we're going to see our test user, and you could go ahead and add your first name, Paul, my last name, Bratz, bio, you are all awesome. And we're going to, for credits, say we have 10 credits. I'm going to click save. Now that we are updated our user profile, when we navigate back to our front end and refresh, notice that we have our form pre-filled. We have our first name, last name, our user bio, including the credits that we have. So now let's work on the functionality to be able to update our profile. Since this is not our first rodeo, we know that we have to create a server action to handle our form submission. So let's go ahead and create a new file called profile actions. So in our code, let's navigate to our data folder, actions, create new file and call it profile actions.ts. And let's go ahead, copy this code snippet. And if people ask me, Paul, why did you provide these code snippets? Because if you had to watch me type, it would take forever. So taking a look at the code here, we creating our update profile action that's going to expect user ID. And I'll tell you how we're going to get this in just a moment. We'll have our previous state so we could return our errors from our server action to our front end code. And we're going to pass our form data that we want to submit. And our payload, it's going to be our first name, our last name, our bio, and we're going to get all that information from our form data that's going to be passed to this update profile action when we submit the form. And all we're going to do right now is just console log the payload before writing any logic of being able to submit this to Strapi. So now let's navigate to our profile form. And at the top here, after the React import, we're going to import use form state that we're going to use to be able to catch the form state that we're getting back from our user action. And let's go ahead and import our update profile action that we just created. And here, let's add our initial state for our form. We're going to have data, which is null, Strapi errors, and message. Since we're going to be showing our Strapi errors, let's go ahead and import our Strapi errors component that we previously created. Now let's scroll down here and we want to update our user. So every user that we have, for instance, I'm a user of the app, my user account is associated with a particular ID. If it was a different user sign in, they would have a different ID. So we want to be able to pass that ID to Next.js. One way we could do that is we could create an input, and I will just use any input, and it's going to be type hidden, and here we could pass the ID. And then we could get that ID in our form action by doing something like this. ID equals raw form data.id. And this is one way to pass the data. And I'm going to show you that this works. So we are console logging our payload. So let's go back to our front end. But first, we want to set up our form state. And here, for now, we'll just console.log our form state. And here under actions, we're just going to say action equals form action. Fantastic. So this is complaining because if you go to profile action, we're passing here at the top our user ID. Let's just comment that out for now, and we'll come back to this. And after we uncomment user ID here, make sure let's comment out this console log, which we will come back to. And when we jump back to our profile form, notice that this stops complaining. So now when I submit the form, we should see us getting this user ID passed to our profile action, and we will see it in our payload under this ID because we're getting it from our form. So let's test it out. So here in my front end, I'm going to say Polly Berry. I don't know why I find that funny, and say hello. And when I update this, it's not going to update our data in our database yet because we don't hooked up this object, but we should see the console of our payload. So I click update. And taking a look at our profile, here we see our data that we want to submit. We see our first name, last name, bio, and our ID. And passing the ID is perfectly fine this way. But I want to show you another method that you could use. So let's take a look. And before we do that, I'm going to just redo this. So undo all the stuff that I did here. Perfect. Because we're actually going to get a user ID through this prop. How, you may be asking? Let me show you. But first, let's back in our profile form. We're going to go here. And This is complaining because it's expecting that user ID, which we're not providing. So let's go ahead and do that. And to help us do that, if you go to Next.js documentation under server actions and find .bind, you'll be able to see an example where you're able to bind additional data that you want to pass to your user action. So that's what we're going to do. I'm literally going to copy this snippet, and back here in our code, right before this form state, we're going to say update user with ID, and we're going to say update profile action.bind. We have our user ID available from our data.id. And we're going to take this and we're going to pass it into our use form state here. And everything else stays the same. Perfect. So now when we go back to our profile action, what we're going to do, we're going to console log our user ID. And we already have it here. So let's resubmit our form and see if we're getting our user ID data. So I'm just going to keep everything the same. Click update profile. And now when we take a look at our response, we see that we are passing our user ID, which is pretty awesome. So you have two ways of passing data, either doing it via form or using the bind method. Now that I know everything works, I'm going to delete these unnecessary console logs, and going back to our profile form, we're going to delete this console log here. And now let's go ahead back to our profile action and add some logic here to handle our form submission to Strapi. So now let's navigate to source, data, to services, and we're going to create a new file called mutatedata.ts. And inside here, we are going to go ahead and find this snippet. Let's copy the code and let's paste it in here. And here what we're doing is we're getting our base URL. We're making sure we're checking if the auth token exists. If there's no auth token, go ahead and throw an error. And here we're just going to make a request of the method that we provide and the path and the payload. And this is gonna make it easier for us to reuse this function to make calls to other endpoints. Now that we have it, let's go back to our action and we go to profile actions and let's go ahead and use it. So here after payload, we're going to say const response data will await mutate data. Let's import it here from the top. Import mutate data. And that's from our data/services. And that's mutate data. And we're going to make a put request to update. And we're going to hit our user's endpoint and provide the payload. And taking a look at the blog post provided, you'll be able to find these code snippets. And here after we call our mutate data function, let's grab the remainder of the code. So here we're doing some basic error checking. If there's an issue, return a message, oops, something went wrong. If we get response data.error, that means there was an error from Strapi. So we could go ahead and return it as Strapi errors and show it in the front end. And we're going to flatten our response. So let's go ahead and import flatten attribute helper function here. So right after I mutate data, I'm going to say import flatten attributes, and that's coming from our @libs utils. Perfect. And this here looks correct. So here we're going to return our updated form. So now let's go ahead and give it a try. But first, let's navigate to our profile form. If you scroll back to the top, and here you can see that we are importing our Strapi errors. So let's go ahead and use it. And we're going to use the form state to get our error from our profile action here. So if you scroll down here, you could see if there's a response data.error, that means there's a Strapi error. So that's going to go ahead and return it. So here in our profile form, we're going to use that form state to access that data. And here on the bottom, we're going to say Strapi errors. Let's pass the form state. If there's errors, let's go ahead and show them the Strapi errors. So now let's try to submit a form. If I click update profile, we get forbidden. And that's because we need to give Strapi permission. So back in our Strapi admin, navigate to settings, roles under users permissions, go to authenticated, navigate to users permission. And let's say we want to give the update permission. One caveat here is that when we do give this update permission, any logged in user is able to update not only their own user data, but somebody else's data. Obviously, that's not secure, but this is something that we're just going to do for the sake of this example. But in the later video, I'm going to show you how to add a policy to our users permission plugin in Strapi, which will basically allow you to check first if someone is trying to update somebody else's information, it will be prevented. But this is something that we're going to handle in a different tutorial because I want to focus as much as I can on Next.js here. So let's go ahead and save. Let's go back to our summarized form, and I'm going to say Polly Berry, still funny. I don't know why. Click update profile, noise forbidden went away. And if we go back to our Strapi admin, check out our user, we could see that we have updated our profile information. So now that we have our profile form ready to go, in the next video, we're going to take a look how to create our image upload function to allow our users to update their avatar image. So with that being said, I'll see you in the next one. And welcome back, you wonderful people. In today's video, we're going to take a look on file upload using server actions in Next.js. So let's jump right into it. In the description below, you'll see a link to this complimentary blog post article that's going to have all the required code snippets. In the previous videos, we completed updating our profile bio. And in this video, we're going to continue to work on file upload. So scroll down to the section where we covered that and use it as reference as we continue through this video. So once you get to the upload file in Next.js using server actions, let's jump right from here. In VS Code, let's navigate to Components, Custom, and create a new file called imagepicker.tsx. So if you don't have to build this component from scratch, I included the code snippet here for you. So go ahead and copy it. Once you paste in the component, this is basically responsible for users to be able to click in, select an image that they want to upload, and see the preview. Now that we have our image picker, let's go ahead and create an image form. You could scroll down here to the profile image form.tsx file, go ahead and copy the code snippet, and let's navigate back to VS Code, and under Component, Custom, Forms, let's create a new file, and we're going to call it profile image form.tsx. And let's go ahead and paste the code. And as you notice, we have some of the things commented out. And if you take a look to this code, we're following the standard patterns. If you've been following along with this tutorial, you should be very familiar of how you could use form state to get your state from your server actions and how form works, where you have the form element, you pass your form action, which we will do, and everything else we have done before in the past. So I just wanted to, instead of having you watch me type stuff, just give you the snippet here. Now that we have our profile image form, let's navigate to our app dashboard. Under accounts, go to our page. Let's uncomment our profile image form that we just added. Let's delete the account page here. We know where we are. And let's uncomment this out. Once this is done, when you navigate to your account page, you should see this image select. If you click on it, you're able to add an image. Currently, nothing will happen if we click update image, but we're going to take a look on how to do this next. But first, let's navigate to our Strapi admin on the content builder and go ahead, click on user. We already have added our first name, last name, and bio and credits. So now let's add a new field type, and we're going to select media. We are going to call it image, and we're going to make it a single media. Now go ahead to advanced settings, and here we're going to deselect all and select just the images here. Click finish and save. Now going back to our content manager, under user, let's go ahead and add an image to our user. I'm going to select this one and finish and save. Now let's navigate to our account page and see if we're getting back our image. Nice. Now that we have an image, let's go ahead back to VS Code, and we're going to navigate to our data folder under actions. Go ahead, click on profile action. Now in our complementary blog post, navigate to file upload with server action in Next.js section. And for profile-action.ts file, go ahead and copy this code. And let's go ahead, replace it with the code snippet. And we'll scroll to the top here, and we will come back to getting our file services here. Currently, we did not create them, so don't worry about this. Let's close this update profile action because this is a previous action that we created. And so here we're going to take a look at our upload profile image action. We've done actions in the past. We know that we could pass additional attributes using the bind method, which allows us to get it in our server action. That's how we're getting image ID. We know how to use form state to pass our state from our server action to our front end. And we know that we could get our form data when we submit our form. And what we're doing here in this action, we're first checking to make sure we have a logged in user. If so, we continue. And we're getting our form data by converting it to an object first using object.fromEntries. And now that we have access to our data, we are going to use ZOD validation to validate our image. The one thing that I wanted to show you here is that we're doing something different. If I scroll here to the top, we have a couple of our constants. We want our max file size to be 5 megabytes, and here the accepted file size. But if you take a look here in our image schema object, we are using a new method called refine. If you're not familiar with it, I highly suggest that you check out the documentation. But basically here in ZOD, it just says it's a way to allow you to create custom validation logic, and you're able to do it using the refine method. And that's exactly what we're doing here. In the first refine call, we're passing a function and we check if file size is 0 or if the name is undefined. If we return false, it's going to fail and going to go ahead and show the user this error, which is please update or add a new image. Next, we're using refine to check for accepted image types, which we define here above. And finally, we're checking max file size because we don't want our users to upload images greater than 5 megabytes. And then we're using this to do our check. So inside of our code, we're using our image schema using save parse. We're passing our image data. And then if we fail the validation, because we know this is a ZOD error, we're going to go ahead, set our ZOD errors with the errors that we get back. Once we validate the image, the next thing we do is we go ahead and we check had the user had a previous image that's uploaded with the same ID. So what I want to do is I want to replace the old image with a new image. So that way we're not filling up our space on our server with images that our users uploaded. Next, we're going to go ahead and upload a new image to the media library first. And once the upload is successful, we're going to have access to the image ID. And finally, we're going to use that image ID to make a second call to update our user profile with the image that we recently updated. And everything is okay. We're just going to go ahead and return no errors and the updated data. So now we have to go ahead and create a new service that will handle delete and upload of our files. So in data under service, let's create a new file and we're going to call it file service.ts. And the two services that we're going to import from our code snippet are based on our documentation. If you want to learn more, you could go to Strapi's upload plugin documentation. If you scroll down, it's going to show you how to use them. But in our case, we're going to have a service that's going to make a fetch request to this endpoint, passing the ID to delete an image, or we're going to make a fetch post request to this endpoint to upload. And if you scroll down, you'll find some examples. So if you take a look at the complimentary blog post, you're going to see this code snippet. So go ahead and grab it and let's go ahead and paste it in. If you scroll to the top, here we are making a basic fetch request to our using delete method, passing our ID, and this is going to call our Strapi backend and delete the item with the following ID if it exists. And finally, in our file upload service, after we get the auth token, make sure we authenticated, we go ahead, call the Strapi endpoint for upload. We're making a post request. And if you see here, there's anything special. We're making a regular fetch request. We're passing our token. We're making a post request and our form data. So once we have the file service, let's go back to profile actions, making sure that everything is imported. And now that everything is hooked up, the final change you have to do is navigate to your profile image form. And let's uncomment all the previously commented items. We have our upload file
image action. So make sure we're importing it. Let's go ahead and uncomment this. Here we're using the bind method that we already covered to add our ID. And here we're using use form state to get access to our form state inside our action. And finally, the last thing we want to do here, we just want to add our action back, and we're going to pass our form action. And finally, if we scroll to the bottom here, we have our CRUD and Strapi errors. So let's go ahead and uncomment, and that's using our form state to pass those errors that we define in our actions. So now that everything is hooked up, back in the Strapi admin under content manager, go to users. If you have a previous image, let's go ahead and just delete it for now. And finally and don't forget to save. And then finally under settings, go ahead to users permissions, roles authenticated. If you haven't already, make sure for uploads, you allow upload and destroy. Click save. And once you go back here, I'm going to refresh. So currently we have no image. If I click update image, it's going to say, please update or add a new image. And it's going to show you the formats that's specified. So we know our error handling is working. So I'm going to go ahead and click select an image. But this time I'm going to try to upload a different file, a GIF. When I click update, it's going to complain because it's only going to say, hey, only JPEGs, PNGs, and web file formats are available. So I'm going to switch it to something else. And I'm going to pick a normal image that's supported. I'm going to click update our image. It's going to go ahead, save it, and update. So now if I go back to my Strapi backend, take a look on the content manager, on the users, you'll see newly updated image. So nice. Our application is taking shape. We finished our account where we're able to update our bio and update our image. Next, we're going to focus on adding a form here on top, which is going to be responsible to make a request to OpenAI, get a transcript for our YouTube video, and give us a summary. So with that being said, I'll see you in the next video. And as always, thanks for watching. And welcome to part 6 of our Epic Next.js tutorial. In this part, we're going to take a look how to summarize our YouTube videos using OpenAI, LangChain, and Next.js. So let's jump right into it. As always, we're going to have a complimentary blog post that you could find with all the code snippets as necessary. If you haven't done any of the previous tutorials, you could go and check out the previous videos. But with that being said, let's jump right into it. In the past video, we finished our accounts page where we're able to update our bio and our image. Today, we're going to start working on the top navigation where we're going to add a form that will allow us to create summaries. We're also going to create a summaries page that currently doesn't exist. That's why we get our not found page, but we'll work on that in this video as well. So we're going to start by creating our summary form right off the bat. Let's jump into source, components. We're going to go under forms, and we're going to create a new file. We're going to call it summaryform.tsx. We could grab the snippet from our complimentary post here. You could scroll to where you see summaryform.tsx. Go ahead and copy the code, and let's go ahead and add it here. If we scroll up here, we'll see that we just have our basic form. We have not implemented any of our actions yet. So if you take a look at our handle form submit, notice that it's really not doing much of anything. But you do see that we're calling this toast on success. We're actually using a library called Sonar, but we're using the implementation that you find with Shadcn UI. So when navigating to Shadcn UI, if you take a look on the components and scroll down, you're going to see this Sonar, I don't know how to pronounce it. But this allows us to create cool toasts in our website. So let's go ahead and first install it. You could use this snippet here, npx shadcn and /UI at latest add Sonar. So let's go ahead and copy it and make sure you're still in the front end of your project. I'm going to open a new terminal and I'm going to install Sonar. Once Sonar is installed, let's navigate to our app folder, and we're going to go into our layout.tsx file. And we're going to go ahead and import it here at the top. Once we have it imported, let's scroll down here, and in the body, right above our header, we're going to add our Sonar component. And we're going to say that we want to show the pop-up in the bottom center. Now, back in our summary form, you could see that we are calling toast on success to show summary created. So if we submit our form in the current state, all it's going to do is show us this message. So let's give it a try. But before we could test this form, we have to go ahead and add it to our header. So in our components folder under custom, let's navigate to headers, and we're going to import our summary form component that we just created. I'm going to go ahead and import it here on the bottom. Now let's scroll down to our header, and right after our logo, we're going to add our summary form. We're going to, since we have access to our user and our user has OK prop, which if it's true, that means we're logged in. If false, that means we are not logged in. So let's go ahead and conditionally render based on a logged in user. So if you are logged in, we should see our summary form. Now we should be able to check it out in our front end. Make sure that you have your front end running. And as I navigate back to my front end, you could see here we have our form. Doesn't matter what I type here, but when I click create submit, you could see a summary created, which is coming from our Sonar component that we just installed, which is fantastic. Now that we know that our form is connected because we see our console log coming from our toast, let's move on to the next part. Instead of using server actions, we are going to use Next.js route handlers. You could take a look at the documentation on how to create them. And we are able to create them inside the app folder. One of the reasons why we're using an app router, when using server actions, you do have a timeout window. Because you're going to be making requests to OpenAI, sometimes the wait exceeds the allowed time. So to avoid that, when we're making requests to our OpenAI, we're going to stick with our API routes. You could read more here in the documentation to see how to create them, but we're going to go ahead and cover that in this tutorial. In our project, let's navigate to app, and we're going to create a new folder, and we're going to call it API. And inside this folder, we're going to create another folder, and we're going to call it summarize. And inside the summarize folder, we're going to create a file, and we have to name it route.ts to signify our route handler. In our blog post, you're going to see this basic example of a route handler, and this is based on what you will find here on the documentation. We just put the code inside a try-catch block. So once you copy the code from our snippet, let's go ahead and paste it in. So now we'll be able to make a request to API/summarize, and it's going to hit this endpoint. So let's go ahead, connect this to our form to make sure when we submit the form, we could at least see this console log. To accomplish this, we're going to create a new service. So let's navigate to data, services, and we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it summary service.ts. And we're going to create a new function called generate summary service. This is a typo that I have to fix, but basically what we want is this code snippet here. Let's paste it in. And all we're doing is we're making a fetch request to our API summarize route, which is going to hit the endpoint that we just created under app API summarize route. So now we're going to use this service inside our form. So let's navigate back to summary form. And at the top here, let's import our newly generated service. So I'm going to say import generate summary service from our summary service. And here we're going to update our handle form submit. Right after set loading true, first thing we're going to do is create a new form data object, which is going to get our current target from our events, which is coming from our form when we submit it. And from that form data, we're going to go ahead and destructure our video ID. That's what we want to pass to our generate summary. Next, we're going to go ahead and call our generate summary service, pass the video ID, and then we're just going to console log the response from our handler. And if we take a look at our summary service, it's just returning that JSON response that we get from this endpoint. And if we take a look at that endpoint at API/summary/routes, here we're going to see that all we're going to return is a data object, which is going to say return from our handler. So we should be able to see this in our console log. So let's give it a try. And if you take a look at our console log, notice we are returning that message from our route handler, which is pretty cool. Nice. Now that we laid the basic foundation for our form, in the next video, we're going to take a look how to create a function to get our video transcript and pass it to OpenAI via LangChain. I'll see you in the next video. And welcome back to Epic Next.js course part 6. Today, we're going to continue building out our video summary section, where today we're going to take a look how to create a video summary with OpenAI and LangChain. You could find the complimentary blog post in the link in the description below. We're going to scroll down to the section that we're working on right now, which is going to be here on using Next.js, route handler, and LangChain and OpenAI to create a summary. So the first prerequisite you want to have is make sure that you have OpenAI API key, so you will need an account. We are going to start by creating a function to grab the YouTube transcript. Earlier in this course, I used YouTube transcript NPM package. Unfortunately, recently they had some breaking changes. If you go on GitHub and take a look on their issues, you will see that they have this issue from 2 weeks ago. So if you try to use this package, unless you're watching this in the future where the code was merged, this package is not gonna work for you. So what we're doing is I'm pulling a fix that someone shared here and we're using it in the code instead. So instead of using this library directly, we have a working code snippet that we're going to use here. Let's go ahead and copy it, and let's navigate to source/lib folder in our project and create a new file called the YouTube-transcript.ts. So here I'm going to navigate to lib and create a new file, and we're going to call it YouTube-transcript.ts, and we're going to go ahead and paste the code. Now, this code is right from that repo, and it's responsible from getting the transcript the way they implemented. You do need to install this package, Node.html parser, so I'm going to do that now. So in the new terminal, make sure you're in the front end of the project. I'm going to run yarn add, or if you like use npm, you could do that as well. So that's all set. I could close this down. So now this error should go away from me. Now that we have this code, we could go ahead and test out our fetch transcript by calling this function in our project. And I'm exporting it here on the bottom, just in case you're wondering. So now let's navigate back to our route handler. So under app, API, summarize route.ts folder, let's go ahead and open that file. And let's go ahead and import that newly created function that we created. And that's going to be from at lib YouTube transcript. Now that we have our function, let's first start by doing a const for our body, and it's gonna await our request.json. And from the body, we'll be able to get our video ID. And let's save our transcript to a variable. So then we could set it in our try catch statement here. So here, before the return statement, let's do transcript and let's await our fetch transcript function. And for now, let's console log the transcript. So now let's go ahead and test it out. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this URL. And here, we're just going to paste it inside our form. Click create submit. And in our terminal, we're going to see our transcript, which is an array of object, and each object has the text, offset, and duration. What we just wanted the text. So we're going to use a function that's going to go ahead and concatenate all of our text together into one string. In our blog post, you're going to see a function called transform data. We're going to go ahead and use it. It's going to go ahead and concatenate all of our strings together. So let's go ahead and copy it. And we could go ahead, use it in the route.ts file. So here, right before the post function, I'm going to go ahead and add this method. And now here we could say transform data is going to take the transcript and we're going to pass it into our transform data function, and we should return just the text. So let's go ahead and console it and see if we are getting the transcript in the format that we want. So I'm going to resubmit the form again. And now when we take a look at our response, we see that we're getting just the text available in our text key here. And that's what we're going to use to pass to our OpenAI. Now let's add some basic validation here. So when we pass this URL or just the ID, we want a function that checks that the ID is correct. And if it does not match a specific format, let's go ahead and return an error. We're going to reference our blog post again here. I have another handy function here called extract YouTube ID, which will basically either return if the ID is correct. Otherwise, it will return null. We could say, hey, if it returns null, then the YouTube ID must not be valid. So let's go ahead and copy it. And we're going to put this inside our utils folder. So in our project, in our source, navigate to our lib folder on the utils. Let's go ahead, add this new method here on the get Strapi media and make sure we're exporting it. Fantastic. Now let's go ahead into our components under folders, navigate back to our summary form.tsx file, and let's go ahead, import that newly added function from our utils folder here. Now what we're going to do, we're going to scroll down to our handle form submit. And right here, once we get the video ID, let's go ahead and use our extract YouTube ID method that we created to check the video ID. Now, if there's no video ID because it returns null, we're going to go ahead and have the totes display an error for us saying, hey, invalid YouTube video ID, as well as return an error that we could use in our front end. If you scroll back up, we do already have our errors field. So when we have an error, we are using set error to set that state here for us in our state. And if we scroll to the bottom, you're going to see in our input, if there is an error, go ahead and show the error message. So now let's go ahead back to our front end and quickly test it out. If I go ahead, type some gibberish and click create, notice we are getting our invalid message as well as we also getting our toast. Fantastic. Now in our handle form submit, we're doing our basic validation. We're handling an error if it's incorrect. So let's move on to the next step. So let's navigate back into source. In our app folder, API summary routes.ts file, and let's continue building this out. Here, let's import our get user me loader and our get auth token so we could use to check if we are a logged in user or if we have the token. Inside our post function, right here at the top, we're going to go ahead and call those methods, and we're going to do a basic check. If user is not okay or there is no token, we're just going to return an error saying, hey, you're not authenticated. If everything is fine, the next test we're going to do, we're going to check if the user has credits. If the user doesn't have enough credits for the request, we're just going to return a message that says insufficient credits. Now, because we're returning our error messages from our route handlers, we have to handle that inside our form. So if we navigate back to our summary form, notice that we're calling our generate summary service, but as you could see here, we're not doing anything with the response. So let's go ahead, add some basic error checking. Here, we're just going to have an if statement, and we're going to say if summary response data has an error, which we know that it might because this is what we're setting here. If there is an error message, we're going to go ahead and set it to our state. So now we could test out our form to see if we are able to get an error. So in the front end, go into account, you could see that I have 10 credits. I'm going to go ahead and change that. So in the Strapi admin, let's go ahead to content manager on the users. I'm going to go to test user. And for now, I'm going to set credits to 0 and click save. So now here, looking in our account, we could see that we have 0 credit. So now I'm going to go ahead and submit a request. We're going to get insufficient credits because we don't have enough credits. And if I go ahead and change the credits to 5, click save, and resubmit again, we're going to go ahead and see the request follow through, and it's going to say summary created. Now that we know that we're able to pass a video ID to our route handler where we're able to get the transcript, our next step is to use LangChain and OpenAI to summarize that transcript for us. And that's exactly what we're going to do in the next video. So I'll see you all there. And welcome back to another session of our Epic Next.js tutorial where we're building a summarization video YouTube app. In today's video, we're actually going to cover the most important part, which is summarizing our transcript that we received from YouTube using OpenAI and LangChain. If you've never heard about LangChain, is a great library that allows you to easily build and integrate AI into your application. And that's what we're going to use. And as always, you could take a look at our complimentary blog post that has all the code snippets and items that you need to complete this tutorial. So we're going to start by setting up LangChain. Let's go ahead and copy this yarn add at LangChain OpenAI and LangChain command, and let's install all the necessary dependencies. Since this is going to be in our front end of our project, make sure you're inside the front end folder. Go ahead and install all the dependencies. Once all the dependencies are installed, we could go ahead and start utilizing the helpful methods. We're going to use chat OpenAI to set up our OpenAI integration, prompt templates to generate a prompt template that we're going to use, and string output parser to parse our output. So let's go ahead and copy this snippet, and we'll talk about this as we continue building this application. So inside our code, let's navigate to our API folder, summarize inside the route.ts file. So here I'm going to navigate to source, app, API, summarize routes, and we're going to go ahead and import all the amazing methods that we going to use. And right after transform data, we're going to create a new function that's going to be called generate summary. That's going to take a string and a template. Right above the generate summary, I'm going to go ahead and paste our template. A template is just some text that gives you the instructions that you could pass to OpenAI that will tell the model what to do. So in our case, whatever text we're referencing, we're going to say for this text, complete the following steps. Generate the title, and this should probably be based on the content provided. Summarize the following content, include 5 key topics, including some other directions, and then write a YouTube video description incorporating keywords and takes away. So you could change this accordingly, but this is something we're going to use to pass to our OpenAI call when we're summarizing our text. So inside of our generate summary, we're going to use the prompt template to create a template for our prompt that we could use to pass to our OpenAI model. Next, we're going to use the construction function to create a new instance of our chat OpenAI. It takes our OpenAI key, our model name, temperature, and max tokens that we want to use. Make sure that in your .env file, you add your OpenAI key. So inside your project, let's create a new file, and we're going to call it .env.local. And inside here, we're going to add our API key. You could find it by navigating to OpenAI, going to your docs, and if you're logged in, you're going to have this section where you could look at your API keys. I'm going to go ahead and create a new API key, testing, and of course, I'm going to delete it after we use it, but I'm going to copy this, click done, and inside my project, I'm going to go ahead and paste it. So back in our route.tss file, we are configuring our model. Next here, we are going to set up our string output parser, and we're going to create a new chain. We're going to pass our model, which is our OpenAI. And what's awesome about LangChain, you don't have to use OpenAI. You could use any model that you like. And we're going to pass our output parser. And finally, let's do a try catch block where we're going to invoke our chain and we're going to wait for it. If we do have the summary, we're going to go ahead and return it. And if not, we're just going to say something went wrong. Now that we have our generate summary method, let's go ahead and use it inside our post route handler. And inside our post functions, let's scroll down past the previous code we wrote. And here where we're getting our transform data, we actually have access to the text. And this is what we're going to pass to our OpenAI to give us your transcript. So first thing we're going to do, let's create a variable which we're going to set with our generated summary. And let's update our response. First, we're going to await our generate summary, passing our transform data text and our template. And once we get our summary, we're going to go ahead and return it in our response. So now to check that everything works, let's just put a little console log here to see if we're getting a summary. So with everything set up, let's give it a try. I'm going to go ahead and copy this URL, and inside our summary AI app, go ahead and paste the URL and click create summary. Now this is going to take a little bit of time because we're passing our transcript to OpenAI to generate our content. Now it says here summary created. We will handle the redirect in just a moment, but first let's take a look and see. As you could see here, we are getting our summary data from OpenAI, which is fantastic. So we know that everything works. So before moving on to the next step, let's do a quick review one more time of our code here. First, we set up a template that we can use to tell OpenAI our prompt. Next, in our generate summary function, we are using our prompt template and saving it to our variable. We're initializing an instance of our chat OpenAI. Then we're creating a chain. And what's awesome, you could add and chain a bunch of prompts if you wanted to do additional things to the response, which you could read more about on LangChain website. And then we are invoking our chain and waiting for our summary. Once we get our summary, we go ahead and return it. And inside our post, we're first checking to make sure that we have an authenticated user and a token. We then fetch our transcript from YouTube. Once we have our transcript, we go ahead and use a generate summary method that we just set up to create our summary and return it in our response. Now that we know we are able to generate our summary, in the next section, we're going to create a new collection type to store that data in Strapi and make sure once the summary is generated, we are able to be redirected to our summary page that we're yet to create. So we'll do this in the next video, and I'll see you there. Hello and welcome back to our Epic Next.js course. We are continuing building out our Summarize AI Next.js app. And in today's video, we're going to structure our summary data in Strapi so we could save our summaries that we create with OpenAI to Strapi. In the previous video, we got our form working here where you're able to add a YouTube URL and it's going to generate the summary. But now we want to go ahead and save that summary to Strapi. You could always check out this complimentary article that will be in the description below to find the code snippets or the outline of what we are covering. So we're going to jump right into our Strapi dashboard and we're going to start building out our collection type. So let's go into the content type builder and we're going to create a new collection type and we're going to call it summary and click continue. We're going to create 4 fields. The first field is going to be video ID. So we're going to use text. I'm going to call it video ID. Let's click add another field. Again, it's going to be text and we're going to call it title. Let's click add another field. We're going to select our rich text editor, but we're going to use the markdown field. And I'm going to call this summary. And finally, add another field. And we're going to select the relationship field. We're going to keep the name as user. We're going to click on user's permission. And again, just make sure this is user. And we're going to select user has many summaries. Perfect. And let's go ahead and click finish and save. Now that we have our summary collection type, let's navigate to settings under user's permission, roles. Let's go to authenticated and we're going to select our summary collection type and we're going to select all. We want the ability to create, find, update, delete, and find one. Click save. Now that we have our collection type, let's go ahead and create a service that will allow us to save our summary to our Strapi application. Inside of our Next.js application in VS Code, let's go ahead and navigate to Source, Data, and Under Actions. We're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it Summary Actions.ts. In the complimentary blog post associated with this tutorial, you will find this code snippet. Go ahead and copy it. This way, you don't have to watch me painfully type this stuff out. And back in VS Code, let's go ahead and add it in. What we're doing here, we're number one, checking to see if the user is logged in and authorized, and we have the token. Then we're using our mutate data function that we created in previous posts. If you take a look at it, it's just a wrapper function that makes a fetch request to our Strapi endpoint that allows us to add our data. And here we're passing post. So this will create. If we wanted to use this as update, we would say put. But this will allow us to add our summary to our Strapi backend. And back in our create summary action, after we get our data returned from our mutate data function, we go ahead and redirect to the appropriate page using Next.js redirect imported from Next/Navigation. And you can read more about it at Next.js documentation to learn more on how to use it. But basically, after our successful response, we're going to go ahead and redirect our user to the summary detail page that we're going to create in just a bit. So now that we have this action, let's navigate back to our form. So under source, components, forms, we're going to go to our summary form. And let's import this action so we could use it. So importing our create summary action. Now let's scroll down to our handle form submit. Here we're returning our summary. So now we're going to write the logic to take the summary text that we get as a response from OpenAI, and let's call our create summary action and pass the data. So first thing we're going to do, we're going to construct the payload that we want to send. We want to create a title. We want to pass the video ID, and we want to pass our summary response data. And this is coming from our app API summarize route handler. Notice that we could see our data response here, and that contains our summary. So back in our summary form, once we get that response from our route handler, we're going to go ahead and add it to our payload that we're going to pass to our create summary action. So let's do a try and catch block, and it's going to await our create summary action, passing the payload. Then if something happens, we're going to handle that error. So first, we're going to use our toast. We're going to say toast.error equals fail to create our summary. Next, we're going to set our error state. And we're going to say, let's destructure our initial state from our previous form. And it's going to go ahead, set it in our error. So not only are we going to see the toast, we're also going to see this message displayed in the input of our form. So if we scroll down here, you could take a look here that in our input placeholder, if there's an error, we show that error message visually. So back in our handle form submit, we're going to set loading as false and return out of this catch error block. Otherwise, we're just going to say toast.success and show summary created message and set loading to false. So now let's go ahead and test it out and see if it works. So I'm going to go ahead and paste the URL, click create summary, and let the magic happen. Once our summary is created, we are redirected to the page that does not exist yet, but that's okay. Let's go back to our Strapi dashboard here, look on the content manager, go into summary, and notice that we do have our summary. We're currently not setting our user. We're going to handle that in a little bit, but at least you could see that our summary was generated. So our next step is let's go ahead and display it in our Strapi application. And as a quick review, when we submit the form, it fires our handle form submit function. We go ahead and get our video ID, which we're passing to our generate summary service that will go ahead and get our summary for us. Then we're taking that summary and we're passing it to our create summary action. If you take a look at the action, we are posting the data to our Strapi application and redirecting to our dashboard summaries detailed page. So let's go ahead and create it now. In the code editor, let's navigate to our app dashboard folder. And inside dashboard, we're going to create a new folder called summaries. Inside summaries folder, create a new file called page.tsx. And taking a look at our supplementary blog post, you will find the code snippet for our component. So let's go ahead and copy it and let's paste this code inside the page.tsx file. We are yet to create this get summary loader that we're going to do in just a moment, but basically here we have our card component and then we have our summaries route component, which basically will take our data that we get from our summaries and it will map through all the items and render the link card component that we have here to display our data. Now that we have our component, let's go ahead and create our get summaries data loader. So inside our folder, under data, let's navigate to loaders. And inside our loaders folder, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to import our get auth token because we want to make sure that we're making an authorized request to get the summaries. Next, we need to update our fetch data function here. If you could see here right now, we're not checking for our auth token. So we want to update it in order to take that into account. Let's go ahead and use our get auth token. Then we're going to set our header to include with our bearer token. And finally, here on line 20, if there is a token, use the header that is utilizing the auth token. If there isn't one, just pass an empty object. That means that's an authenticated request, so don't worry about it. Now let's go ahead to the bottom and we're going to create a new function called get summaries. And what we're doing is we're making a fetch request to the Strapi endpoint that is responsible serving our summaries. Now, one thing you're going to notice if we take a look at our app, it's going to look broken. And I'll show you why in just a second. And it has to do with us updating the fetch data here to expect authenticated requests. So if you're taking a look at your code here, you might have an error saying, hey, we can't get the data from header anymore. Because our fetch data is currently passing a JWT token, we need to update within our content manager, going under settings, under roles, authenticated. For our global, we want to say find. And same thing for our homepage, say find, because now that this is an authenticated request, we want to make sure that we enable those two routes. So now if you save, go back and refresh, now everything is fine. Now that we have created this summaries page in our app, if you navigate to summaries, you should see this card view. Now that we are showing our summaries, let's go ahead and work on the single detail page, because currently if I click on it, we get this not found page. So let's go ahead and fix it. We're going to create a dynamic route to allow us to generate the single detailed page for our summary. You could check out the docs here to see the convention or how to do it. But basically, we're going to create a folder with the name between the brackets, and whatever the name that we enter here is going to be the parameters that we're going to use. So in our case, it's going to be video ID. So back in the front end of our application, let's, under our summaries folder, create a new folder. It's going to go between the brackets and we're going to name it video ID. And inside here, we're going to create a new file called layout.tsx. In the complementary blog post, you're going to find this code snippet for our layout component. So let's go ahead, copy it and paste it in our front end. Here we have just a basic grid. On the left, we're going to show our detailed information, and on the right, we will add our video player. Now, inside the same video ID folder here, create a new file called page.tsx. This is where our summary is going to live. And from our article, go ahead and copy this following snippet for our page.tsx file. Go ahead and paste it in. And finally, now in our front end, you should see our placeholder. Here we have our summaries where we could see the ID that we're getting from our params from our URL here. So if I say 5, it's going to go ahead and get the ID of 5. And this is what we're going to use to fetch our data. So let's go ahead and create a loader that's going to be responsible for getting our data. So find the code snippet for get summaries by ID, go ahead and copy it. And inside of our loaders, let's go ahead, scroll to the bottom and paste it here below. And again, nothing new here. We're just making a fetch request to our Strapi endpoint to get our data. And before hooking up all the logic, we are going to use React Player to display our videos. So go ahead and let's install it in our project. So here in the front end of my project, I'm going to do yarn add our React Player. Once everything installed, we're going to use it in our component. If you take out our post and scroll down, you're going to see the code snippet where we are utilizing our player. So you don't have to create it yourself. I'm going to go ahead and copy this, and we're going to navigate to our components folder, custom, create a new file called YouTube player.tsx, and go ahead, paste in that code. And basically, we are importing React Player using the YouTube version. We have a helper function that's going to take the ID and regenerate the URL that our player requires. And if you take a look here, we're using our player, we're passing a video URL and setting some basic styling. Now that we have our player under summaries, video ID, back at layout. So now before adding our video player, let's go ahead and import our get summaries by ID loader. Next, right above the return statement here, let's use our get summary by ID to fetch our summaries. Once we have the data, let's do a check to see if we have any items. And if there's no items found, we could return no items found. And finally, if we do have items, let's go ahead and get the video ID so we could utilize it in our YouTube player. Here on the top, let's go ahead and import it. And now let's go ahead and use it here in our code. We're going to say YouTube player, passing the video ID. And now let's take a look at our application. So even though we're getting our YouTube video player, we have this error. Hydration failed because the initial UI does not match what's returned from our server. You could take a look at the documentation why this is caused. Sometimes when using third-party client-side components, you might run into this issue. I'm going to share this additional article that I found on dev.to that kind of explains some of the reasons why we have this issue. But to fix this, we would use dynamic import from Next.js. So you could take a look at the documentation where it talks about how to fix content that does not match server-rendered HTML. And we're going to go with solution number 2 here, which is disabling SSR on specific components. So what we're going to do, we're going to import this dynamic import function. So let's go ahead and add it in our top. And next, we're going to go ahead and re-import the YouTube player using the dynamic import. And finally, we want to pass a flag here that says SSR is false. And let's remove this alt import. And now let's refresh our application. And notice that we're no longer getting that error, which is pretty cool. So now before completing the single detail page here, let's go ahead and see what happens if we pass a different ID that doesn't exist. We get this not found, which is okay. If we take a look in the code, we're returning not found. But what we could do, we could actually return an actual not found page. We looked in the past how to do this already. If we take a look in the root of our app folder, we have this not found page. Let's go ahead and just copy this. You could adjust the template to whatever you want eventually, but I just want to show you how quickly this works. So now I want to have a designated not found page inside our summaries. So inside summaries, I'm going to create a new file and we're going to call it notfound.tsx. And we're going to go ahead and import our not found code. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to adjust this. I'm going to say summary not found. And here we're going to redirect to dashboard summaries. And we're going to say here, go back to all summaries. Fantastic. And now if we take a look under video ID in our layout, instead of returning no items found, we could trigger not found using not found function from Next.navigation. and it is imported from Next.navigation, and you could learn more about it at Next documentation. So let's try that again. We're going to go ahead and add some weird ID for a summary that doesn't exist. And notice now we have our custom not found page, and we could click go back. It's going to take us back to summaries, which is pretty awesome. I know I say that a lot. So finally, let's finish up our single detail page view. Ooh, this video is getting long, but we are at the final stretch, so we could do this. Let's go ahead and use our complementary article here to help us out. So we're going to create a new form called summary card form.tsx. So inside VS Code, let's navigate to our components under forms, and let's create a new file called summary card form.tsx. And let's go ahead and copy this code here from our blog post. And before walking through the code, we just need to create this delete button. So go ahead under components, custom, create a new file. We're going to call it delete button.tsx. And in our code article that is in the link in the description below, you could go ahead, find the code for the delete button.tsx, go ahead and copy it. And let's go ahead, paste it. And let's go back to our form. And if it's still complaining, go ahead and try to re-import it again by saying components, custom, delete button, and it should stop complaining. Now that we have this form, let's do a quick review. All it is a ShadCN UI card component. It has an input area, it has a text area, has a submit button to handle updating summaries, and then we also have a delete button to delete summaries. The logic has not been implemented. We're going to cover that in the next video by creating our update summary action and delete summary action. But for now, we just want to use this form to display our content. Let's navigate to our app folder under dashboard, back at summaries, video ID folder, go into our page folder, and let's first go ahead and import our summary card form. Now let's go ahead and call our get summary by ID loader. And inside summary card route, right before the return statement, let's go ahead and get our data. And finally, let's go ahead and return our summary card form component that we just added. Now, there's no reason to do a check here because if you take a look in our layout component, we are doing a check initially to see if there's any items found. So in our case here, this is perfectly fine. So back in our front end, now you should see your summaries here. So now for funsies, let's generate another summary. We're going to use this amazing video by Lee Robinson talking about server actions. So in our application, I'm going to paste the URL, click enter, and let's wait for the summary. Let's see if everything works as expected. Nice. Now that we have our summary, there's still one little issue that we're having. If you take a look at our content manager, we are currently not setting the user who created that summary. We want to make sure that we do this on a server, so there's no way someone from our front end to set an ID for something that they're not responsible for. And we're going to accomplish it through Strapi route middleware. You can read more about it in the article that you'll find in the description below. But what is the middleware is a way to control the flow and change the request before moving forward when someone makes a request to our application. So we could learn more about middlewares by going to Strapi's documentation and read more about where and how Strapi middlewares work and how they're implemented. But in our case, we're just going to jump right into it. Taking a look at the post, we're going to use yarn Strapi generate command. Now, the most important part here that you're no longer in the front end folder, but you are in the back end folder. And I'm going to clear because we're making this edit in Strapi application. So I'm going to run yarn Strapi generate. Is going to ask us some follow-up questions. We're going to say we want to create a middleware, and we're going to call it on summary create. And it's going to ask us where we want to add it. We're going to add the middleware to an existing API, which is our summary. Now we're going to open our project in VS Code, and let's pick a nice color here. So if we take a look in our project and we navigate to API summaries, we're going to have this middleware folder with our newly created middleware, which has our basic code here. Let's update it with the code from our article. You could find the complete middleware here in our blog post. I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste the code inside here. And basically what we're doing when a request is made, we're checking if the user is actually logged into Strapi. If so, we're going to continue. If not, we're going to say you're not authorized. Second, we're going to check if the user has available credits. If the user does not have available credits, we're going to say you don't have enough credits and out of here. Otherwise, we're going to continue. As we continue, we're going to create a new payload, which going to deduct the credits from our Strapi instance, and we're going to connect the user to our summaries collection type. And we're going to pass that payload to our update service using entity service. And you could read more about this in our Strapi documentation, but I just want to show you that we could use middlewares to add additional functionality that we want to happen before submitting a request. So now, before using this middleware, we have to go ahead and edit. So in our API folder under summaries, we're going to go into routes. If you open routes, you're going to see that we have this create core router factory function. So this takes in a object that allows us to pass configuration. And all we're going to do is pass a configuration that's going to say on create, let's use this middleware that we just created. Now let's restart our backend project by running yarn develop. And in a new tab, I'm going to restart the front end by running yarn dev in our front end folder. Refresh. Perfect. Let's try that again. We're going to go ahead, copy, and let's regenerate the summary and see if our middleware is going to work. And look at that, we generated that summary. If we go to our content manager and refresh and take a look, oh my goodness, look at this. Our user is being set automatically, which is fantastic. I want to keep a lot of this tutorial focused on Next.js, but we are going to, in the next blog post, cover more topics around Strapi middleware and how we could use it to secure our application. But in the meantime, while you're waiting for that next video, do go check out the middleware customization section in our Strapi documentation to learn more and get the ground rules that you need to know in order to create your middlewares. But don't have to spend too much time about it because next video, we're going to cover this as well. With that being said, thank you for watching. We're making amazing progress and I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome back to part 7 of our Epic Next.js course. In this video, we're going to continue building out our summary application. Today, we're going to take a look how to hook up our delete and update button. But more importantly, if you take a look at our summaries, currently we have one summary. What we want to make sure is that as a logged in user, you don't have access to anybody's data. And that's what we're going to learn how to do in today's video. But let me show you what I mean. After logging out, let me create another user. Other user at email.com. And we'll say test user for password. When I sign up and go back to summaries, notice how I see all the summaries. If we take a look at Strapi, go to content manager, under summaries, notice that our summary is associated to our test user and not our other user. So we want to make sure that we lock down our endpoint to make sure that I'm only able to get my summaries that I created. And that's what we're going to learn how to do in this video using our Strapi route middleware. And as always, we have our complimentary blog post article that you're able to check out for code snippet and more in-depth explanation. But today we're going to take a look at how to use our route middlewares to help us lock down our endpoints to make sure that we only allow specific users only access the account that they are owners of. So I'm super excited for this video, so let's jump right in. Taking a look at our Strapi application, if you look under Content Manager and we see our summary, we have our summaries collection type, where we're able to set the relationship to our user. If you go to our settings and under roles, authenticated, in order to get our summaries, we're making an authenticated request. But when we hit our find endpoint, it's going to return all of our summaries, and it does not out of the box filter based on our user. And this is where route middleware comes in. A route middleware sits between your request and your access to your controller. So we are able to check in our route middleware to see if the user is logged in or if they're authorized to access certain data or collection types. And we could dictate that logic in our route middleware to tell Strapi either our user is authorized or not authorized to get the data, even though they might be authenticated. And you could read more about it inside of our blog post. But first, we're going to start by setting up our summary update logic. And then afterwards, we will add all the necessary middleware to make sure that only authorized users are able to update or delete their own data. Inside of our front-end application, let's navigate into Source, Components, under Forms, and let's open Summarize Card Form component. Here at the top, you see that we are importing our update summary action and delete summary action, and we haven't added these actions yet. So let's navigate to Data Actions Summary Actions. So let's navigate to Data Actions Summary Actions. And you could find the code snippets in our blog post. So let's go ahead and copy the code for our summary actions. And let's go ahead, paste it underneath our create summary action. And if we scroll up, let's close this one down. We have two new actions, action responsible for updating our summaries and an action that is responsible for deleting our summaries. Now that we have these two new actions back in your summary card form, go ahead and uncomment that import. And now let's go ahead and update our summary card form to incorporate these new actions. First thing we're going to do is import our use form state that we're going to use. Since we're using use form state, don't forget to use the use client directive at the top here. Next, right before our summary card form, let's set up our initial state for our form data. We're going to uncomment this code here. Basically, we're binding our item ID to delete summary action, which will be available to us whenever we go to delete a item. We're able to get that bound attribute here via this ID. Next, we're going to use our use form state to get our state from our delete action. And finally, we're going to use form state for our update action, which allows us to have access to our state within our summary actions. So here in this example, if there's an error, we're returning this state from our action and we'll be able to access it inside this delete state variable. Now that we have our delete action and update action all hooked up, let's go ahead and update our forms. The first one, we're going to work here on our update form. So let's update this form to use our update action. And if we scroll down, here you could see our delete form. Let's update it to use our delete action. Finally, if something happens, we do want to display our errors. So at the top, let's go ahead and import our Strapi error component. And if we scroll to the bottom to our card footer, let's go ahead and use our Strapi errors. And we are going to check either our delete state or our update state that's coming from our use form state. And if we have any errors, we're going to go ahead and display them. So before testing our component in our Strapi admin, navigate to Settings, Users Permissions, Roles, Authenticated, under Summary, and we're going to disable our update and delete and click Save. So now if I try to delete a summary, we should have our forbidden message. So we know that our Strapi errors are working. So now back in Settings, let's go ahead and enable update and delete and click Save. So now let's try our update function. I'm going to say, let's actually go ahead and use this title here. I'm going to copy it, put it back into site here. Fantastic. And let's delete all this. Let's click update again. Perfect. And in Strapi, we refresh. We could see that this is updated. Go back to our application, go back to summaries. And notice here we still see the old title. So that does not revalidate this or refresh this. So to update this, yeah, I would do a hard refresh, but that's not the functionality we want. So one way to revalidate this route or to tell Next.js that something has changed, we could use revalidate path. You can read more about it in the Next.js documentation. But what we're going to do is inside VS Code, navigate to your summary actions.ts file. And here, let's import revalidate path from Next cache. And then let's go to our update summary action here. Right before we return the response, we're going to say revalidate path, and we're going to revalidate our dashboard summaries route. Perfect. So let's try this again. I'm going to go ahead and just delete this part of the title, and let's say delete this here. Perfectly fine. And let's click update summary. And so now when we go back to summary, notice that the title gets revalidated automatically. So if you had the issue where it wasn't refreshing, you could use revalidate path to revalidate certain routes. And finally, if we go back to our summaries, we could go ahead and click delete. And it works perfectly fine. So what I want to do a couple of things before we finish here to set up the next session. One thing I want to show you here, I am logged in as test user here. So let's create a summary as test user, create summary. Nice. Now that we have our summary, if you take a look under our Strapi admin collection types for summaries, we could see that we have this summary by test user, which is me. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and log out, and I'm going to sign in as our other user. And notice we see this summary still. This belongs to our test user, but we're logged in as other user. So this is an issue. Another reason why this is an issue is that this does not belong to other user, but I'm still able to update it. For instance, I go ahead and delete this and click update, and I could also delete it, which is not good because that belonged to the test user. So this is not the functionality we want. And that's exactly what we're going to cover in our next video to make sure that even though our user is authenticated, they should only be authorized to update and delete their own content. So I'll see you there. And welcome back to the next part of part 7 Epic Next.js tutorial. In this video, we're going to continue to build out our summary AI application. As you could see here on the screen, we are logged in as other user and we have 2 items displaying. But this shouldn't be the case because if you could see, only one item belongs to other user while the other item belongs to test user. So we're going to use Strapi's route middleware to allow us to make sure that we only allow authorized user to get their own data first. So let's start by creating our isOwner middleware. You could check out the complimentary blog post that we have available here, but we're going to jump in right into the code and walk through the process together. So let's do it. We're going to use our command line interface tool to create our middleware. You could read more about it in the documentation. In our case, we're going to use Strapi generate command to create our middleware. So let's jump into it. Make sure that you are in a backend of your project, and we're going to start by running yarn strapi generate. When you click enter, it's going to go ahead and run the command, and we're going to navigate to middlewares. We're going to create a middleware, and we're going to call it isOwner. And let's click enter. Now it's going to ask us where would we like to generate this middleware. And we might use this isOwner on multiple collection types, even though right now we only have the summary. So let's go ahead and click add middleware to root project. Once it's done, you'll be able to open your VS Code. You will see in the source, we have this middlewares folder. If we take a look, and we'll see our isOwner.js file that we just created, which has basic boilerplate. In the blog post that's associated with this tutorial, you'll find a link in the description below. You're going to see the snippet for our isOwner middleware. Let's go ahead, copy it, and replace it here in our code. Scroll to the top, and we're going to quickly take a look at what this middleware does. Whenever someone makes a request, we're going to check if there's an entry ID that they're looking up. We're also going to check on CTX state user, which will have our logged in user. So if the user is logged in, this will return the user information from state. and we're just gonna get that user ID. So the first thing we're doing is we're checking if there's no user ID, we're just gonna say you can't access this entry, and we're gonna return unauthorized message. If we continue here we are checking the API that we're using. So in this case, if we make a request to summaries, this is going to get the summaries ID, which we're going to apply here. And so that way we are going to always have the ID of the collection type that we're trying to find. And we're going to go ahead and search for that entry. And once we have the entry, we're going to check, does the user ID match the logged in user ID? If the user ID on the entry that we found doesn't match, that means it's not our entry. So let's say you can't access this entry and return an error message. And here we're checking if there is no entry ID. That means instead of making a find one call, someone is looking for all the items. And so what we want to do, we don't want to return all the items. We just want to return the items that are associated to that user. And that is why here we're filtering all the items by user ID. And you'll see this in action once we implement it. Now for this middleware to work, we need to go into our source and the collection type that we want to use it in. We're going to find it in API, and we're going to go to summaries, and we want to go into the routes folder. And here in the summaries, we already added a previous middleware that we want to use that runs on create. So we're going to add additional configuration to hook up our isOwner middleware to this summary controller. So after create here, we're going to add a middleware for find one, update, and delete. We are referencing our middleware that we just created, and it's prefaced with global because it is in the root of our project. If you ever try to figure out how to look up the name, the easy way to do this is by running this command here. And you could run yarn strapi middlewares list command. This is gonna go ahead and return the list of all the middlewares. And if you scroll, you should be able to find all the middlewares, including the one that we just created. So if you are wondering how I was able to find this UID, is by running the previous command. Now that we have our routes set up, let's restart our Strapi application and see if we're getting both entries or only getting the entry tied into that user. So I'm gonna start yarn develop to start our application. And currently, I didn't refresh yet. So this is still showing both entries, one for our other user and test user. But after applying our middleware, when I hit refresh, it should only get the entry for the other user. So let's see if that works. And after we refresh, we don't see any of the summary. So what's going on here? So let's take a look here in our middleware. Notice how we're filtering on the user. Because we're filtering on the user, we need to enable that endpoint in our Strapi application. So let's navigate to our Strapi admin area, go to settings, roles, under authenticated. Let's scroll down to users permission. And here we're going to enable find one and find. Click save. And now let's try that again. Now when I refresh, notice we're only getting one item. And we're getting the item that is responsible for this user, which is pretty awesome. So now we only are getting entries that we are authorized to get. For instance, in my admin, back in Content Manager under summaries, if I manually change this entry to belong to our test user and save, when we go back to our front end and refresh, now we're going to show no entries found because it now belongs to a different user. If I change it back to our other user and click save and refresh, now we have our entry. And because of our isOwner middleware, now when we delete entries or update summaries, we are only going to do it to entries that we're the owner of. But we do have one more issue. If we take a look under settings, roles, under authenticated, users permission, we're exposing find one and find user endpoints as well as update. This means that anyone who's authenticated to this endpoint, they're able to update, find one, find all the entries for all the users. So now we have to create a new middleware that's going to only allow authorized users to find only their own user data and update only their user data. And that's exactly what we're going to do in the next video. And welcome back. In this tutorial, we're going to continue to take a look how we could protect our users' information. Currently in our application, we have our users collection type where we have two users, other user and test user. Currently, the way our application is implemented, if I make an authenticated request to API users, we're actually getting both users. And what I want to do is I want to limit our application only to get the data for the sign-in user. So as a sign-in user, I should only be able to get my own data, which is not the case. Another issue here, same thing, if we wanted to find one user, notice how I'm able to get the user for test user, and then I'm also able to get the other user. And again, we want to prevent this behavior where I'm only able to get my own information. For instance, as a test user, I should not be able to see the other user's data, only be able to see my own data. And furthermore, because of this, we want to make sure that we are only able to update our own information. For instance, for our test user, let's say I just update the first name to have an empty string, I'm able to do that. So as you could see, for our first name, I just updated the user's first name. But I'm also able to do the same thing for the other user. If I click send, you will see that I just updated the other user's first name, even though I'm logged in as a test user. So in this video, let's take a look how we could limit this to only authorize the user to change their own information. As always, you're going to see the complimentary blog post that has the relative code snippets that we need. So let's jump right into it. So in the backend folder, which is our Strapi project, let's use yarn Strapi generate to create a new middleware. We're going to select middleware. We're going to call it user find many. We're going to click enter. And we're going to create it in the root of our project. Now open your project in VS Code, and you will find the boilerplate inside our middlewares folder in a file called user-find-many. We have our console log here, but if we make a request to get all users endpoint, in our terminal, we don't see the console log. That's because we have to inject this middleware into our user's permission plugin. So let's see how to do that now. Inside of our backend folder, in our Strapi application, you will find an index.js file. It's going to contain a register function and a bootstrap function. We're going to inject our middleware using the register function. When our application rebuilds, our register function is one of the functions that runs. So this is a great place to programmatically inject our middlewares into our routes or different plugins. The first thing we're going to do is get all of our user routes. We're going to use strapi.plugins, search on the user's permission plugin, searching the routes, looking for the content API, and return those routes. If you're wondering where you could see this information, just like I mentioned before, you are able to run Strapi in our console mode. So if you run yarn Strapi console, it will start Strapi in the interactive console mode. Then we are able to paste this command, and you will see that will return all the routes associated with the user's permission plugin. You could explore the rest of the API, but just typing Strapi, clicking enter, and you'll see all the different methods and objects that are available to you inside our Strapi application. After we get our routes, let's reference our middleware via the UI ID that we have created. This is referencing our middleware that is found in the root of our folder inside our middlewares folder called user-find.many.js. If you're ever wondering how to find the UUID for your middleware, inside the terminal, you could type yarn Strapi middlewares :list, which is going to return all the middlewares associated with your project. If we scroll up, we will find our global middleware, which is found in the root of the folder, and here we could see our UIID. Now that we have our UIID, next, let's find an index for the route we want to update. We're going to save it under find user variable, and what we're doing is we're searching through our routes, and we're looking for the find route that has a method of get. Now we could console log our find user route by passing the index to our user routes function. So now let's take a look at the console log. After my application restarts, here you could see that we have successfully found our user find route, and we have this config file, and we want to inject our middleware inside this configuration. So let's do that next. First, we're going to create a initialize route helper function. All this initialize route function does is going to go ahead and check our routes at the index that we passed to see if it has a middleware's key or the policies key. If it doesn't, we're going to go ahead and initialize it with an empty array. Next, we're going to say if we do find our find user index for a route, let's go ahead, initialize that route. And finally, let's go ahead and push our isUserOwner middleware to the configurations. So now when we console log the route, we will see that that route has been updated with our middleware being added to the configurations. So now if we try our request, we're still going to see all the users because we didn't implement the logic, but we will see that we're now getting our console log from our custom middleware. So now inside our Strapi backend, so let's go into our user-find.many.js file and let's update our middleware with the code snippet from our blog post. So let's go ahead and copy the snippet and replace it in our code. And what we're doing here, we are first getting the current logged in user from the Strapi state, and then we're checking. If there is no current user, we're just going to return a message with bad request saying you're not authenticated. So if there's no current user logged in, we're just going to say you're not authenticated and return an error message. But if you are logged in as a user, we are enforcing a filter to only return your user data. So let's take a look at it in action. In Insomnia, now if I refresh, we're only getting user information for that logged in user. Now that we know how to create custom middlewares and inject them into our user's permission plugin using our register function, you now have all the tools necessary to add any additional middleware that you need in the future. For instance, in our current application, we have our get single user request. At the moment, I'm able to request any user with any ID that I pass. Based on what you learned today, you could go ahead and implement find user one middleware that will only return the user information for the authenticated user. But for now, in our application, under settings, users permissions, roles, authenticated in users permission plugin, I'm going to go ahead and disable find one because it's not something we're using in our application. I'm going to go ahead and save. And now when I make a request, I'm going to see a forbidden message locking down that request. Taking a look at our Strapi backend, we have two summaries that belong to our test user, and those are the two summaries that we see. And finally, for the last thing, if we take a look under accounts, for instance, if I update my name here and click update profile, this is going to go ahead and change my profile. The issue here, even though I'm authenticated, this update enables any user to update any other user's profile given that they have the ID. So taking a look under Insomnia, because I'm authenticated, I'm able to update a user's first name to an empty string for any user. So if I go for user with ID of 11 and click update, notice I have updated that first name. If I do it for user with ID 12, I'm able to do it as well. So we need to lock down this functionality by creating a middleware that will check, are you the owner of the user data that you're trying to update, and only allow users to update their own content. So let's take a look how we could do that next. Inside our Strapi application, under middlewares, let's create a new file and we're going to call it user-can-update.js. You could find the middleware code snippet inside of our blog post complementing this video. Go ahead and copy the code and let's paste it in. So let's take a look at this middleware. Here, the first thing we're doing is checking if the user is authenticated or logged in. If you're not logged in, we're just going to return a message saying you're not authenticated. Next, we have access to our params, and we're going to check, are we passing the user ID in our params? Finally, if there is no user params, we're just going to return a message saying, hey, you're missing the user ID that we need. And finally, we're going to check, is the current user who's authenticated and the requested ID match? If they do not match, we're going to say you're not authorized to perform this action. And finally, we are using Lodash to double check the body to make sure that you're only able to update the following fields: first name, last name, bio, and image. Now that we have our middleware complete, let's go ahead into our index file, and inside our register function, we're going to go ahead and inject this middleware into the appropriate route. First thing I'm going to do is save the UI ID to a variable called isUserCanUpdateMiddleware. Next, following the pattern, we're going to locate the index for the location of the user update route that we want to update. We're basically searching for a handler user.update with the method put. And finally, we're going to check if the update user route is found. Let's go ahead, initialize that route, and let's go ahead inject our newly created middleware called isUserCanUpdateMiddleware. Now that this is done, making sure that application is running. So here I'm going to try to update the information for the other user. Since I'm logged in as a test user, I should not be able to do that. So let's give it a try. Hello, and click send. Notice we're getting a message, you're not authorized to perform this message. So let's try to update the user information for user 11, which is actually the user with whom I'm logged in. So now when I say send, notice that I'm successfully able to update my own information. So now on the front end, if someone tries to make a post request with a different user ID, they're not going to be able to update the user information unless they are the authenticated and authorized user. So in this video, we took a look how to use Strapi middlewares to secure our application. You could read more about it in our documentation. As a quick review, we learned that we're able to add middlewares to our APIs. Any middleware that's added to our APIs, you are able to directly inject the middlewares via the routes. But if you wanted to create and inject middlewares to users permission plugin, we had to use our register function and do it programmatically. If you have any questions about any of these topics that we covered, especially if you're new, it might seem a little bit confusing, you could always join us during Strapi Open office hours, Monday through Friday, 12:30 p.m. CST time. We would love to help you or just to hang out and chat. With that being said, in our next video, we're going to revisit our summary section where we're going to add a search box to be able to find our summaries, including the pagination. So see you in the next video. Hello, you wonderful people, and welcome back to part 8 of our Epic Next.js tutorial, where we're going to take a look how to set up search and pagination. You could find the complimentary article that we're going to be using for code snippets in the description below. But today, we're going to take a look how to set up search and pagination inside of our application. So without any ado, let's get started. Currently, if you take a look at our application and navigate to our summaries tab, you're going to see our summaries. But what we want to do, we want to add a search box to be able to allow our users easily find items, especially when we have more than 2 items available. And we're also going to do the same thing with pagination. So getting started, let's take a look at our complimentary blog article. And as you scroll down, you're going to find our search.tsx code snippet. So let's start there. This is going to be our front-end component. So let's go ahead, create it first, and then we'll walk through the code to talk about what everything is and does. Inside of our front-end project folder, so inside your Next.js application, go ahead and navigate to Source, Components, Custom, and let's create a new component called Search. So I'm going to go New File, and we're going to call it search.tsx. So let's go ahead, grab our code snippet, and paste it inside our code editor. If we navigate to the top, you're going to notice that we're using a library called useDebounce. Let's go ahead and install it now. So inside VS Code, in the front end of my project, I'm going to run yarn add, and we're going to use debounce and close that window. Now that we have debounce installed, let's go ahead and take a look at this code. In order to make our search component use, we are using a couple of Next.js hooks using use search params, use router, and use path name, as well as use the bounce callback hook that we just mentioned. Taking a look at our input field, we are setting the initial value by getting the query from our URL using the search params.get method, which we'll take a look in just a moment. Inside our use the bounce callback, this is the function that's responsible for handling our search. To prevent our user from spamming our API, we are using use the bounce callback to add a little delay. So when the user is typing each search character, it's not constantly firing or making a call to our endpoint. And basically what we're doing here, we are creating a new search params using our URL search params function. We're checking if there is a term. If the term gets updated, we go ahead and set that term to our params. Else we go ahead and delete it. And we're using replace from use router to go ahead and replace the URL with the parameters that we want to pass to our search. So if this is still a little bit confusing, we'll take a look at this component in action in just a moment. But referencing our blog post, you could take a look at each individual pieces in the Next.js documentation. So the use search param allows you to hook into your client component that lets you read the URL query string that you get from the top of URL. The use router, and again, feel free to take a look at the documentation, allows us to access the router object inside of our function application. And we are using the replace method to prevent adding a new URL entry into the history stack. And you could take a look more on details in the Next.js application under use router. You could find router replace, and here it's going to go ahead and walk you through what we're doing. And here you could see that route replace works very similar to route push. The only difference is it's not going to continue to add new items to the history stack, and instead it's going to replace it. And we're using use path name, which is a hook that allows us to get the path URL to our item to which we're going to append our search parameters. So now that we know that, first things first, let's go ahead and use our search component. So in VS Code, let's navigate to our app dashboard route in summaries, and let's go inside our page.tsx file. Let's go ahead and import our search component that we just created, and let's go ahead add it in our code right before our link card grid. Now that we have our search component added, let's take a look at our front end. And now you could see our component. As I start typing term, notice in our URL, we append and create our query, and our query has our text, which is term. Now, if I refresh this, notice how our form doesn't clear out. I could also say terms and click enter. Notice how our input gets updated. The reason this works, if we take a look at our code, back in our search component, we could see that we're using search params.get method. We are looking up our query, and we're returning the string for our query. So taking a look in our URL, notice we're looking up our query, and we're returning our text, which is terms. And that's what sets our default value in our input component. Now let's take a look at the onChange method. So as I type, this is a new search. Notice that our string of text gets updated after I stop. That is caused by our use the bounce hook with our 300 millisecond delay. So this way, we're not constantly calling our endpoint, but we're waiting for the user to finish typing the search param. So this is the hook that we're using with our delay. Just like we discussed, we're using our search params to get our params out of our URL. Then we set the params in our URL, and we're using replace to change our URL, which will include the path name and the params that we're passing. So every time I update our search param, here is a new search that is using the replace to replace our search string in the URL. Hopefully that makes sense. So now that we are getting our query search, we are able to use the query search from the URL and send that query to our Strapi endpoint to query our data based on the search provided. So let's do that next. The final step is to update our get summaries loader, where we're going to use our filtering to filter our data based on our title and our content. You could learn more in the Strapi documentation of all the different operators available to you, which is many, but we're just gonna use a couple of them. So let's jump right into it. In our Strapi application, let's navigate to data, loaders, and navigate to our get summaries function. First, we're gonna update it by passing a query string that we could use as an argument. And then we're going to use our QS library to construct our filtering. And here we're gonna sort by created at field in a descending order. And for the filters, we're going to check the following fields. If the title contains the query string, and we're using contains with a I, which is basically going to be case insensitive. And we're going to check either the title if it contains the query string, or our summary content that contains a query string. And all we're going to do is append that query to our URL. Now that we updated our get summaries loader, let's navigate back to our dashboard summaries page. And here we're going to see an error that is expecting a query string as an argument. You gotta love TypeScript. I'm a slow adapter to TypeScript. I'm still learning, but oh my goodness, does it save time. So now let's go ahead and update this by passing our query. And if you're wondering where are we getting this amazing query, we're going to get it from our search params. So let's first create an interface, and we're going to say interface search params props, and we want to pull our query from our search params. We have access to that from the search params in our props. So I'm going to say search params, and it's going to be read only search params props. And next, we're going to create a variable to store our search param. And we're going to get the search params from my query. It's either going to be the query or an empty string. And we're passing it to our get summaries loader function. And inside our loaders, we get that query string and we pass it via our filters to filter on our title and our summary. So after these changes, let's go back to our front end and see if this works. So here we have only 2 items, but let's see if it works. I'm just going to search for Strapi middleware. So that works. All right. And if we search the second item, let's search by, we see live projects with Next. So I'm just going to type live projects, and notice that it works as well, which is really awesome. So now that we know our search works, in the next video, we're going to take a look how to handle pagination. So I'll see you in the next video. And welcome back to the second part of our Part 8 Epic Next.js Epic tutorial video, where we're building our summarize app. In the previous video, we implemented our search component. So now let's work on our pagination. As always, there's a complimentary blog post that has all the necessary code snippets that we need to help us smoothly work through this tutorial. You could check it out in the description below. So we're going to start right off the bat. We are using CN UI as our Tailwind library. So if you take a look at components, I am literally using their pagination component that they have available. In order to get it to work, you're going to have to go ahead and install the necessary components that our pagination component is based on. So let's go ahead and copy this command, and let's go ahead and run it to install all the necessary items. Once done, in our complimentary blog post, you're going to find all the code necessary. Once done, you're going to find the code snippet for our pagination component. So let's go ahead and copy it. And inside our front end, let's navigate to components, custom, and let's create a new file, pagination component.tsx, and go ahead, paste in the following code. And as you scroll up, you could see that we're using some of our previous hooks from Next.navigation, like use path name, use search param, and use router. And then we're importing all of our pagination components from our CN UI library that we just installed. So the way our component works, we are going to get the page count to show us the pages available. And we will use router to programmatically update our URL via the push method. So in order to see how this works in more detail, let's go ahead and import our component inside our summaries page. In the front end of our application, I'm going to navigate to our app folder, dashboard, summaries under page.tsx file. And the first thing we're going to do, we're going to import our pagination component that we just created. And I think I called it pagination component. That's why it's complaining. So make sure you update the name accordingly. And let's scroll to the bottom here. And we're going to add it right here underneath our cards. And currently I'm just going to hardcode pagination to count of 10. So we could take a look at what it looks like. So in the front end of our application, we now see our pagination component. And when we update it, you should see the page query being updated inside our URL. Because we hard-coded 10, this is what we currently have, but we're going to pull our page count from our Strapi application. So now let's take a look at our pagination component in more detail. It consists of two items, our pagination arrow button, which is basically our left arrow and our right arrow button. And what we're doing every time someone clicks, we use router.push to redirect to the provided URL, which is going to be our pagination query. If we take a look inside our pagination component, we have a function called create page URL. Basically what we're taking is we're taking the page number and we're creating a new params that's going to be set to our page value, and it's going to be equal to our string. So anytime we click either our left button or our right button, it's going to go ahead either decrease the page count or increase our page count, and it's going to pass the URL with our page query param. So one more time, notice as I update my pagination, our URL at the top is changing to the appropriate page that we want to query. So the next step, just like before, we need to update our get summaries loader to now include our pagination as a query param. So back in our front-end project, let's navigate to our dashboard summaries page.tsx file. And the first thing we're going to do in our search params prop, we're going to pull the page count from our URL params. Next, right after our query, let's create a const to store our current page, which is going to be our page number that we're pulling from our search params. And finally, we're going to pass our current page to our get summaries loader, which we're going to update in just a moment. But before updating our get summaries loader, we do have an additional object that is returned from our Strapi data called meta, which includes our pagination data. So we're going to take our page count from our pagination data, and that's what we're going to pass into our pagination component. So now let's navigate to our get summaries loader, and we're going to add a new value here called current page, which is going to be a number. We're going to set a default here. You could pull this from your environmental variables. I'm just going to hardcode page size as 4. So there's going to be 4 items per page that are going to be shown. And inside our query string, we need to add our pagination filtering. Right after filters, we're going to pass the page size. And for the page to query, we're going to pass the current page. If you have more questions or want to learn how pagination works in Strapi, you could learn more on Strapi's documentation by looking up cert and pagination, which is going to walk you through all the things that we're doing here in our application. So now that our pagination component is hooked up, when we go back to our front end, you should see that we only have one page because we only have 2 items. So what I'm going to do off screen is add 3 more items so we could test our pagination. So I went ahead and added additional items. So as you could see, our pagination is now working, which is pretty awesome. So this brings us to basically the end of the basic features that we're going to have in our application. For instance, we implemented our account page where you're able to update the profile information as well as the image. We have our summaries where you're able to generate a summary. You're able to delete and update summaries. And we implemented our signing in and signing up feature. And this is really cool because now you have a great path to starting a Next.js and Strapi project covering full CRUD functionality, including pagination, search, logging in, and creating custom middlewares to protect your routes. So finally, in the next video, we're going to take a look how to deploy our Strapi backend using Strapi Cloud. And in the final video, we're going to take a look how to deploy our frontend to Vercel. See you in the next video. Welcome back to the final part of our Epic Next.js tutorial, where we're going to take a look how to take our project that we built, which summarizes YouTube videos, and deploy it to our Strapi Cloud. That's what we're going to cover in this video. And in the second part of this video, we're going to take a look how to deploy our frontend to Vercel. So without any ado, let's jump right into it. And of course, to follow along with this video, you will find a link in the description below covering the outline that we're going to be using, which is going to be this blog post. You could use it as reference that's going to walk us through all the basic steps. Now, when preparing this video, I went ahead and started from scratch where I showed you how to set up your Strapi Cloud account, as well as how to set up your Vercel account if you don't have one. So please reference the blog post to do that. But I am going to give you a quick overview of how to get started. We're going to start at strapi.io website, and we're going to click on this cloud button to get started. You could try Strapi Cloud for 14 days, absolutely free, no credit card required. And we're going to use this as a deployment method because it is the easiest one. You don't have to worry about database or file storage or CDN or email. All of that is included in Strapi Cloud. And it's easy to get started. Obviously, there's many ways to deploy a project. We're going to go with the simplest one. To sign in or sign up, you could start with any one of these providers, including GitHub, GitLab, or even your Gmail. I'm going to go ahead and log in with GitHub. If you already have created an account, you're going to be greeted with the admin area. But if it's your first time signing up, you're going to be greeted with a screen that's going to ask you to authorize Strapi Cloud with your GitHub. Once you get past that, you're going to be back to the same screen that we are on now. Before creating a project, let's make sure that we committed all our latest changes to our GitHub. In my terminal, if I do ls, you see that we have both our backend and frontend in the same folder. I decided to commit both the frontend and the backend of the project into one repo, but you could keep them separately. We are going to deploy our backend to Strapi Cloud and our frontend to Vercel. The first thing I'm going to do is just do git status and make sure that we don't have any unsaved commits. My app is up to date, so I can go ahead and commit it to GitHub, which I already have done. If you haven't, make sure you commit your changes and push them to GitHub. Taking a look at my repo, I already committed my changes and I'm ready to go. So navigating back to our Strapi Cloud admin, we're going to go ahead and click Create New Project. Now, I already used up my free plan, but if you're new to Strapi Cloud, you're going to have a free option available. You can find the instructions on the complimentary blog post that's going to be linked in the description below. Once clicking the Create Project button, you're going to be greeted with this page. You'll be able to try Strapi Cloud for free for 14 days. Go ahead, click on the Create My Project button. Once you start your free trial, you're going to be greeted with the screen where you need to connect your Git repo to your project. Go ahead, click the GitHub button. It's going to walk you through the steps. The most important part, we're going to have to specify our GitHub account and the repository that we want to point. I already did this when I wrote this blog, but I'm going to do it again while walking you through the steps in this video. The only difference is that I no longer have a free account, so I'm going to go with the developer plan. I'm going to scroll down, and instead of using a template, we're just going to point to our repo. I'm going to select Paul Braslavsky, which is my GitHub, and my repository, which is Strapi and Next Deploy. Once that's all set, you could go ahead and give your project a display name. I'm going to say YT Summarizer. It's in our main branch, and I'm going to choose the region of New York. Most important part here, I'm going to click on Show Advanced Settings because I want to make sure that we're pointing just to our backend folder. So I'm going to type backend. And if you're wondering where I'm getting this from, when you take a look at our repo, we have two folders. Our backend is where our Strapi application lives, and our frontend, this is where our Next.js application resides. If you had environmental variables to add, you would do it here. But we don't have any to add, so I'm just going to say continue to billing.
Again, if you're using the free trial, your screen is going to look different. Again, because I already used my free trial, when you're trying Strapi Cloud for your first time, you're going to be greeted with this screen. But the steps are going to be the same. So as you continue through the steps and you added all your information for your GitHub name and your repository, select your region, go ahead and click the Create Project button. You will be greeted with the project creation screen, and then it's going to redirect you to the project deploy details where you will see the real-time build logs for your project. And here I am in my deployment page. As you could see, my application is building and I could see the real-time logs to see what is happening. So we'll be back in just a moment once this is done. Once everything is deployed, you're going to see this Visit App button. If you click on it, it should take you to the Strapi admin sign up. If you see not found, just give it a few minutes to let all the changes propagate. So go ahead and create your first admin user. I'm going to say Paul Bratz. And make sure you provide super secure password since this project is deployed to the web, and click Let's Get Started. You're going to be greeted with the Strapi admin. If you take a look at your content manager, you're going to see that you don't have any summaries, you don't have any users, and you don't have your data that we have in our local application. So what I'm going to show you right now is how to do initial seed with your initial data from your application that you've been working with in development. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to navigate to Settings, go to Transfer Tokens, and I'm going to create a new transfer token. I'm going to just call it Seed. Seeding initial data. You could give the description of whatever you like. I'm just going to limit it to 7 days. And because I'm going to be pushing data, I just want to say push and click Save. We're going to come back to this API token and our URL in just a moment. But in your terminal, let's navigate to our Strapi backend folder, and we're going to run yarn Strapi help transfer. This is going to go ahead and show all the different options that we have available to us using our transfer command. The two things we have to keep in mind is we're going to use the to flag to provide the destination URL, and then we're going to use -- force to automatically answer yes for any initial warnings that we may have. Because Strapi Cloud has a pro plan and a team plan, it does have certain features. So when we do initial data seed, it's going to say that certain schema items don't exist because they're only applicable to team plans. So we're just going to use this force flag to just automatically answer yes to that prompt. So now that we're ready, let's type yarn Strapi transfer. We're going to do -- force, and we're going to do -- and for -- we're going to provide our Strapi URL for our deployed project, including /admin. I'm going to go ahead and paste it after the to flag and click enter. This is going to go ahead and tell us that we need the transfer token. So I'm going to go ahead and copy the transfer token that we have, save for extra good measure. And let's go ahead and paste it in. Once you paste everything in and click enter, it's going to go ahead and do its magic. Notice how we had that warning that I mentioned before. Preview workflow feature does not exist on source, which is perfectly fine. And notice because we used force, it automatically answered yes. And now it's going ahead and pushing all of our local data from our Strapi local instance to our Strapi Cloud. And once everything is transferred, if we go back to our Strapi Cloud account and go to our content manager, you're going to notice that we have all of our summaries from our project that was in development. We have our test users, we have our global data, and we have our homepage data. And most importantly, we have all the necessary settings that were set for us. For instance, for roles, if we go to authenticate it, you could see that we have all these settings already clicked and checked for us, which is awesome. So now that we deployed our Strapi application, let's go ahead and in the second part of this video, deploy our front end to Vercel. I'll see you in the next one. Hello, you wonderful people. In this video, we're going to take a look how to deploy our front end project to Vercel. If we take a look at my Vercel account, I'm using a Pro Vercel account, which is a $20 cost. I'll tell you the reason for that in just a minute. But you could still deploy the project for free, but there's going to be one functionality that is not going to work due to limitations that the hobby plan has. For instance, there's certain functions that are limited to 10 seconds of runtime when using the hobby plan. So you might get this function invocation timeout error, which is due to your function only has allowed 10 seconds of runtime. You could read more about the error in the documentation. There might be other causes that might trigger this error, but in a lot of cases is the fact that you are exceeding a max duration of your server functions. So if you take a look at the max duration flag, you could see all the different environments that is supported by Next.js. And if you scroll down, you're going to see the time limits that you have available for you in your plan. For instance, in a hobby plan, it is 10 seconds of execution time for functions. So when we are making a call to our summarize endpoint, where we're getting the transcript, we are summarizing the data and returning it, because we are making a call to OpenAI to create that summary, we are exceeding 10 seconds. Now, there are workarounds. For instance, you could refactor the code to use streaming. But in this case, because I did want to touch on this idea of hobby versus pro, and I wanted to show you that there are certain benefits that come through upgrading to pro plan. For instance, giving you the ability to set max time duration for your functions. So that's the route that I wanted to take here because I wanted to show all the options. But as you could see here, they do have this note, function using edge runtime do not have maximum duration. The only caveat, they must begin sending a response within 25 seconds and continue streaming that response beyond that time. So this would require us to refactor our application a little bit. And this is a challenge that I think will be worthy of trying. And so after I finish up this tutorial and everything is deployed, I am going to make a follow-up blog of refactoring that part of the code base to see if we could stay within the hobby plan. But for this, because in many cases, you might want to have that additional functionality. So I'm going to show you how easy it is to increase the duration of the execution time for your function when using the pro plan. But to follow along, you could still use the hobby plan. The only difference when you try to create a summary is just going to time out. But with that out of the way, let's jump right into it. As always, with each video, you're going to have the complimentary blog post that walks you through the steps. So if you don't have a Vercel account, you could check out the steps of how to create one. It's very easy. You go to the Vercel website and create your account, authorize it with GitHub, and you're ready to go. So if you watched the previous video, we have deployed our backend application to Strapi Cloud, where if you click visit the app, it will take you to your website, and I showed you how to seed it with initial data. So if you take a look at our content manager, we have all our summaries, our test users, our global data, and our homepage data. And all of our permissions were already set to allow authenticated users to access our website. And finally, our code base is living in our GitHub repo. You could have separate repos for your backend and frontend. I decided to have one repo, and that's what we're going to use. So before deploying a project, there's a couple of things we have to do. So the first thing is we're going to set our environmental variables. And in the previous example, we use next public Strapi URL. Whenever you have next_public in your environmental variables, it will make this environmental variable available on the client side. Because we are not calling any functions that utilize this environmental variable from the public, everything is done server side, we're going to rename it to be called Strapi URL. So we're going to go to our getStrapi URL method, and instead of next public Strapi URL, we're going to rename it to Strapi/URL. And basically, whenever you don't prepend next_public, whatever this environmental variable, it's not going to be available client side, so there's no risk of leaking any private data. In our case, the Strapi URL is a public endpoint, so it doesn't matter. But again, since we're not using it client side, we're just going to go ahead and refactor to say Strapi/URL. So in our code base, let's navigate to source, lib, go to utilities, and here's our getStrapi URL. I already went ahead and renamed it to Strapi_URL instead of using next_public. So this is all set. And the environmental variables that we need for our front end, it's going to be our host, which we'll get after we deploy our project. This is going to make sure that our cookie is being set correctly. We're going to set our environmental to production. Again, this is something that our cookie configuration relies on.
we will need our Strapi URL, which I'll show you where to find it. And of course, don't forget your OpenAI API key. So if we take a look in our data under actions, auth actions, we're going to see that we have this cookie configuration where we setting a max age, we are pointing to our path, and then we're going to set our domain with the URL for our deployed project, which we'll get after the initial deployment. We're setting our HTTP cookie true, and we're going to say it's secure if our environment is equal to production, which we're going to set via the environmental variable. And just to make sure that this configuration setting is being passed in both our register user function, for instance, where we're setting the cookie, you need to make sure that not only do you pass the cookie data, but you pass that configuration. And you also want to do the same thing in the login function. Again, making sure that you are passing the configuration, because that's something that we need in order to set our cookie as HTTP only, which will make it more secure. And the last piece of the puzzle, since we're going to have our project deployed on Vercel and we're going to point it to our deployed Strapi instance where our images are hosted, we're going to have to add an additional entry here. So I'm going to say protocol equals HTTPS. And for host name, it's going to come from our Strapi. So if you navigate to your Strapi admin, click visit app and send it into your deployed Strapi admin section, you'll be able to go into media library. And if you click any of the images and copy the URL, let's go ahead and just open it in a brand new window. And you're going to see that all our media files are stored at a URL, which is the name of our project, but it's appended by .media.strapiapp.com. And this is what we need in order to point to our images. So next image doesn't complain. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that snippet. And inside my project, I'm going to go ahead and add it for hostname. So now our project is all set to be deployed. So back in the Vercel admin, let's click add new. After you make all these changes that we did today, don't forget to go ahead and commit your project to GitHub. So I'm going to do git status just to check all the changes. We updated our configuration MGS file. So I'm going to do git add, say git commit message, which is going to be updated config. And I'm going to go ahead and push the changes so we have our newly saved changes update in our repo from which we're going to deploy. You can see that I made a commitment to the front end project. So we're ready to deploy. So I'm going to go to Vercel. I'm going to click add new, click project. I'm going to select that project from my repo, which is Strapi and Next deploy. I'm going to click import. And here we're going to, under root directory, we're going to click edit. And we're going to point to our front end folder, which is where our Next.js project is located. And it's going to auto-identify that it's a Next.js project. And then finally, we're going to go to environmental variables. And we need to add our 4 environmental variables, which we're going to set our node environment to production. We're going to pass our Strapi URL and our OpenAI API key. And host, we're going to get after the initial deploy when we have the URL of our project available. So let's do that now. So I'm going to say node environment. We're going to say it's production. Click add another one. Now we're going to get our Strapi URL, and you could find it. This is going to be URL where our project is deployed. For me, this is my project that's deployed. So that's what I'm going to copy. I'm going to go ahead and paste it in. Click add. And finally, go ahead and add your OpenAI API key. So adding my OpenAI API key. And now go ahead and click deploy. And this is going to start your deployment process. Once your project is deployed, we're going to click on our domain and we're going to go ahead and copy it. And we're going to need that for later. Just here, I just want to show you. If I open up the inspector, go to applications, take a look at cookies. Notice because we're not logged in, we don't have any cookies set. So I'm going to go sign in. I'm going to use our test user. When I click sign in. Notice nothing happens. That's because we need to add our path. So let's go ahead and do that now. So back in Vercel, going back to your project, click settings, go into environmental variables, go ahead and let's add a new one called host. And our host is going to be our URL where our project is hosted. So go ahead, click save. Now going back to deployments, click on the three dots, click redeploy, keep use existing build cache unchecked, and click redeploy. Once our project gets redeployed, let's try again. Going to our project here, we're going to open up the inspector, go to applications, and let's go sign in. Go test user password, click sign in. And now because we set our path, you should see your JWT token and you should see that it's HTTP only and it's secure. So our token is working, so we could log out. And when we log out, it clears the cookie. So let's sign in again. Test user. And before we test our API, you want to make sure that you are using a pro account because we have to increase the limit for our execution time. So if you're on a hobby plan and you try to create a summary and you click create summary, if the API call takes more than 10 seconds, you're going to get a timeout. But because I'm using pro account, I'm able to increase the limit. If we take a look at the Next.js documentation, there's many different environments that you could choose. And if you scroll down, you could read more about the differences. But the most important difference, if you're using a hobby plan, just like you mentioned before, you're going to have some limits on your account. For instance, using the free plan, your maximum execution time for functions is 10 seconds. If you're using hobby plan and you make an API call and takes longer than 10 seconds, it's going to time out. So in my case, I went ahead and changed the plan to pro. So what I'm able to do is to set a longer execution time. So if we go to source app into our API route under summarized routes, you could see here, I'm setting max duration to 150 seconds, which allows us to set longer execution time, allowing our API request not time out when making a call to OpenAI. This is what I decided to do in this tutorial because this was easier, but I am going to revisit this in an additional blog post where I'm going to take this part and refactor and make this response use streaming. If you take a look in their documentation, if you use Edge runtime, you do not have maximum duration as long as you begin sending a response within 25 seconds and can continue streaming the response beyond that time. So this will be an excellent refactor for you to go ahead and do it. I wanted to keep the tutorial simple, and I did want to kind of showcase that there is a pro plan which gives you additional features. And what I encourage everybody is to take a look at streaming data on Vercel and take a look at some of these examples below. There's also Vercel's AI SDK, which makes the process of streaming responses much more simpler. But I just wanted to show you that both of the options exist. And in the initial case, that's what I decided to do. But with that being said, I want to say thank you so much for joining us for this tutorial series. I hope you learned a lot. And if you have any questions, stop on by Monday through Fridays, 12:30 p.m. CST at Strapi's Discord and ask any questions you have. We would love to help you. With that being said, we'll see you in the next one.